Chapter 3502. The golden eagle and white lion were several hundred feet away from the two demons. The one standing in the air was naturally the black bear spirit. At this moment, the black bear spirit had a helpless expression. The magic wand in his hand was dragged behind him weakly. His two small eyes scanned the sky and then looked at the ground. He opened his mouth and said, "King Golden Eagle, King Myriad Lion, are the two of you tired of living? My Black Wind Ridge has always minded our own business with Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. This king's Black Wind Ridge is the smallest in the Black Cloud Ridge. May I know why the two great kings are suddenly interested in my Black Wind Ridge?" The black bear spirit said to himself. His expression was very cautious. The demon cloud under his feet rolled slightly, as if he felt that something was wrong and was about to escape. Unfortunately, neither the lazy golden eagle nor the cold white lion had any intention of replying. The black bear spirit could only say, "Ai, today is already the 100th day. I really don't understand. What is the real reason for the two of you to surround my Black Wind Ridge? This king is the earliest king of Black Wind Ridge, right? This king only gave the throne to King Wancho because he was in the prime of his life. However, he actually forgot his roots and wanted to harm this king. This king had no choice but to kill him. Could it be that the two kings had a particularly good relationship with him and are here to avenge him?" Caw. The golden eagle's eyes were originally slightly closed. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. The black bear spirit was so scared that he trembled. He activated the demon cloud under his feet and instantly fled more than 10 feet away. Black bear spirit. The golden eagle laughed and said, "You said this on the first day I came. After that, you said it every day. Don't you feel tired of it? Don't you understand why I am here? Why do you need me to say it clearly? You and I are both demons. We both know it." The black bear spirit said with a wronged expression, "King Golden Eagle, you are a 9-headed bird in the sky. How can I compare to you? Back then, didn't Old Bear find a flat bird to be his king because he wasn't smart enough? Oh, I am not the king of innuendo. Don't think too much. You're right, you and I are demons, we're different from the stinky scholars of the hidden immortal continent. We should say what we should say, don't speak in riddles. 100 days ago, you and the Myriad Lion King suddenly joined forces to attack my Black Wind Ridge. Why exactly did you do that? This old bear has always felt that we came to the hidden immortal continent to be demons and that life is not easy. Yes, it is what the scholars often say. Originally, there is no need to be so anxious to destroy each other. That was why this old bear endured time and time again. Even if I had to give up my cave and retreat to this place, I did not want to be enemies with you all. But you all don't have the awareness of being demons, attacking my Black Wind Ridge from all sides. Roar. Seeing that the black bear spirit was being so long-winded, the white lion opened its mouth and a gust of wind blew within 100 feet radius. The lion's roar shook the mountains. Roar, roar. The ferocious beasts all roared together with the white lion's roar. It was a scene of chaos. Black bear. The white lion's voice was very majestic, rolling like thunder. This is the first time this king has spoken, and it will also be the last time. My Black Wind Ridge is the world of demons. You can let King Wancho be the king, or King Snowbat be the king, but you can't let a human be the king. You have always been a coward, this king has long seen through you. If not for the fact that your existence is still meaningful, this king would have already eaten you. Since you have spoken so clearly, as a demon, this king will also be honest with you. What kind of array is on the mountain behind you? Since when did your Black Wind Ridge have a Dao sect array protecting it? Who set it up? Ayaya. Myriad Lion King. The black bear spirit hurriedly smiled. You've finally spoken. Look at what you're saying. How can my Black Wind Ridge compare to Yun Ridge and Lion Rock? You have a strong army and no one dares to offend you. My Black Wind Ridge will be in trouble if there's even the slightest disturbance. That's why this king invited an unknown Tao sect cultivator to set up an array for my Black Wind Ridge. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen and my Black Wind Ridge will be able to escape this calamity. Unknown Tao sect cultivator. Hee hee, Black Bear, you're really lying through your teeth. The boy from Moyun Ridge and Lion Rock joined forces to attack for 10 whole days and still couldn't do anything about it. How could it be set up by an unknown Tao sect cultivator? The Golden Condor King laughed coldly. How about this? This king won't say anything. Invite that cultivator out and let this king take a look. Ayaya. The Black Bear spirit cried out in surprise. Why is the Golden Condor King suddenly interested in a Tao sect cultivator? You should have said so earlier. Since you wanted to see this cultivator, you didn't have to surround my Black Wind Ridge, did you? If you had said so earlier, this king wouldn't have had to be so worried for the past 100 days. Where is he? The White Lion was clearly impatient and asked coldly. He left long ago. The Black Bear spirit spread his hands and laughed bitterly. Both kings are right. This Black Wind Ridge is my world. What is a cultivator doing in Black Wind Ridge? He left long ago. Both kings, even if we don't meet the Hermit Seeker, let's quickly retreat. This king will also return to the cave residence with a group of people. With that, the Black Bear spirit clapped his hands and prepared to fly back. Caw. The Golden Condor cried out. Everyone says that the Black Bear spirit is cowardly. This king thinks that your guts are bigger than the heavens. You want to dismiss the boy from Moyun Ridge and Lion Rock with just a few words? Aren't you going to invite us into your array to take a look? The Black Bear spirit scratched his head and laughed in an extremely naive manner. Both kings have already occupied this old bear's nest. What haven't you seen? What else do you want to see in the array? Of course, if both kings are sincere, then you can dismiss the boy under you first. This king will open the array and invite both of you in. What's there to see in your broken nest? This king doesn't even want to take a look. The Golden Condor laughed coldly. Seeing that you have been working hard to greet this king every day, this king will make things clear to you. Invite all the people in your Black Wind Ridge who are not demons out, and we will retreat immediately. Especially the cultivator who helped you set up this array. Sigh. Hearing that the Golden Condor King had finally revealed his intentions, the Black Bear spirit's expression turned serious. He shook his head slightly and said, Golden Condor, White Lion, this old bear knows that his strength is not as good as yours. Furthermore, this old bear is also cowardly. There are some things that small demons like you and I can't interfere in. In particular, this old bear will also give you a piece of advice. When judging a person, you have to look at their heart. Don't sell your life for someone else's promise. Sometimes, what you are selling may be your own life. Even if this old bear is unlucky, can you, Golden Condor and White Lion, be free? I don't believe it. Old bear, I didn't think that you would dare to say this to us. It turns out that there are times when you are bold. The Golden Condor King laughed and spread his wings. They were actually hundreds of feet wide. As his wings flapped, golden light flashed. However, the Golden Condor King's tone was even more arrogant. This king came today to see what kind of cultivator gave you the courage to look like. I want him to set up the same array for this king's Moyun Ridge. Forget it, forget it. The Black Bear spirit saw the Golden Condor King spread his wings and hurriedly waved his hand. He flew up the mountain and shouted, This king will not waste any more words with you. You can attack or surround me if you want. This king is going to find a female bear to look at the stars. Seeing that the Black Bear spirit was so alert, the Golden Condor King glanced at the silent White Lion and smiled bitterly. The Black Bear spirit flew close to the mountain ridge, and a circle of light flashed around its body. Its body twisted strangely and disappeared. The mountain ridge was still the same as before. Not even a blade of grass on the mountain moved. Myriad Lion King, this Black Bear spirit is so slippery. He did not reveal anything at all. The Golden Condor King said helplessly to the Myriad Lion King. The Myriad Lion King nodded. This black bear spirit is famous for his cowardice. For the past 100 days, he has been very careful every day. It seems like he wants us to slack off. Every time he comes out, he will not be more than 500 feet away from the array. With your flying speed, you will not be able to do anything to him. It seems like the black bear spirit is still relying on this Dao sect array. It seems like we can only break this array to achieve our goal. The Golden Condor King looked at the mountain and said awkwardly, but our boy has been attacking this array for more than 10 days. There is no effect at all. Even if we do it ourselves, we may not succeed. At this point, the Golden Condor King lowered his voice and said, "Who is the cultivator who set up the array for the black bear spirit? Why, do they have to force this person out?" The black bear spirit's words these few days have made this king nervous. To be able to set up such an array is not an ordinary cultivator. Let's not get into trouble. What trouble can we get into? The White Lion King sneered. Hiding in the array for more than 100 days and not daring to come out. What kind of famous cultivator can he be? Besides, even if this cultivator has some tricks up his sleeve, can he compare to them? Indeed. The Golden Condor King shrunk his neck, the white crown on his head slanted. No matter how powerful that cultivator is, he is just one person. How many nails can he make if he is made of iron? This king has seen how powerful that group of people is. If you and I don't listen, I am afraid we will be killed by them immediately. Sigh. Hearing this, the Myriad Lion King looked embarrassed and sighed. You and I have been flaunting our strength in the Black Cloud Ridge for so many years, but who knew that there were so many people hiding in the depths of the Black Cloud Ridge? You and I have become their cover. If not for the black bear spirit, you and I would still be in the dark. The ignorant are fearless. The Golden Condor King gathered his courage. You and I are still useful now. If we were like the black bear spirit, I am afraid we would not live for long. Since those people are willing to let us be their cover, we will continue to be their cover. In the future, without the black bear spirit, you and I do not need to care too much about territory. Let's live well first. Chapter 3503. The problem is that after the black bear spirit is destroyed, you and I. Myriad Lion King's eyes were filled with worry. Will it be like what Old Bear said? What's the use of thinking about this now? Golden Condor King sneered. Since the day you and I entered Black Cloud Ridge, today's fate has already been decided. Let's take it one step at a time. No matter what, we'll live longer than the black bear. Perhaps, we should also consider finding a powerful backer. Myriad Lion King seemed to have thought about it and said in a low voice. Golden Condor King sneered. We are the infamous demons of Black Cloud Ridge. Those Confucian cultivators, who would fancy us? They're probably afraid that they won't be able to escape in time. Sigh, it's difficult. Myriad Lion King shook his head. The white lion fur on his body emitted a dazzling brilliance. He looked at Black Wind Ridge in the distance and seemed to be angry. It's all because of that damn black bear. He ordered the boy to move our muscles today since we haven't attacked for a long time. Why should we attack? Golden Condor King laughed. That group of people just wanted us to surround Black Wind Ridge. They didn't say that they wanted to attack it. Why should we work so hard? Forget it. We've been surrounded for many days. Even if Black Bear has some food, it should be used up by now. Let's wait for them to rush out. Myriad Lion King thought for a while and nodded slightly. But at this moment, Golden Condor King smiled and asked, if Black Bear Spirit and the rest rush out, what should we do? Black Bear's subordinates. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Myriad Lion King opened his mouth. The fangs in his bloody mouth were very long. He then spat out 5 words coldly. Golden Condor King nodded. I'm afraid that's the only way. Sigh, Black Bear Spirit said it well. We're from the same root. Why be so anxious to kill each other? Bullshit. I'm a white lion. I have nothing to do with Black Bear. Myriad Lion King sneered. If you're merciful, you can go easy. Let's see how those people will deal with your MO Cloud Ridge. I didn't say anything. I just admired the poems of Hidden Immortal Continent's Confucian cultivators and casually recited a few lines. You admire? If the Confucian cultivators you ate didn't turn into feces in your stomach, they could turn into a few poems. The Myriad Lion King sneered again. Putting aside the fact that the Golden Condor King and the Myriad Lion King had surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's formation, the Black Bear Spirit hurriedly retreated into the formation. What appeared before his eyes was the simple cave abode that Xiaohua had previously opened in the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, the front of the cave was divided into two parts. The upper part was the people led by the Chongling Princess of Jiang Country. They had set up tents and stayed at the side of the cave. The lower part was a group of demons from Black Wind Ridge. Unlike the Chongling Princess people, these demons did not have any formations. They were casually scattered among the mountains. Some were lying down, some were standing, and some were in groups of 3 or 5. However, their gazes were all focused on the tents on the mountain. As for the human and demon, there were some thorns and rocks in the middle. There were even some heavily armored soldiers standing there with spears in their hands. They were very vigilant and alert. But the heavy armor and the spears in their hands could not wipe away the terror in the eyes of these soldiers. This was because they were facing the naked gazes of hundreds or even thousands of demons. These gazes were like sharp swords, piercing through their heavy armor and landing on their bodies. It was as if their flesh was exposed to the world, and the fragrance of their flesh and blood had already spread to the mouths and noses of the demons. At the foot of the mountain, one of the fairies swallowed his saliva. In an instant, the soldiers' ears were filled with the sounds of saliva drooling. They could even see that many fairies were already drooling. Not good. The leftmost soldier saw that the few demons closest to him had slightly moved their feet and were moving towards them. He was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly inform the princess, the demon can't take it anymore, humph." Fortunately, just as a soldier was about to retreat and the few demons in front of him were about to take a step forward, the Black Bear Spirit's cold snort sounded out. The few demons were shocked and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. They turned their heads and looked in other directions. The other demons also shrunk their necks and shifted their attention away from the soldiers. There were even a few demons that tried to cover it up by grabbing a few rare blades of grass from the ground and putting them into their mouths to chew on. Master has already decreed that my Black Wind Mountain Range bloodline must not eat human flesh. Who dares to make me lose face? I will kill him. The Black Bear Spirit shouted fiercely. Furthermore, the soldiers of Jiang Country are our comrades. If anyone dares to look at them, I will dig out their eyeballs. After speaking, the Black Bear Spirit did not look at the other demons. He turned and landed in front of the cave residence and quickly walked in. However, his face turned bitter as he faced the demons. Damn it. Without waiting for the Black Bear Spirit to enter the cave, he shouted, "Are you guys done with your discussion? When are we going to charge out? If we wait a few more days, before the Golden Eagle and White Lion attack, we will be in chaos. Boy, under my command, do not blame me when they eat people." The inside of this simple cave residence was not much different from before Xiaohua had left. However, other than the Chongling Princess, Xiao Jian and the others, there was an additional white-haired old man under Xiaohua's seat. This old man frowned slightly. Hearing the Black Bear Spirit's complaints, he turned to look at Qin Xiaoyao, who was also sitting next to him, and Lu Yi, who was holding a horsetail whisk in the distance. He said, "Black Wind King, do not be impatient, do not be impatient." The Black Bear Spirit seemed very dissatisfied. Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, he sat down on a seat below everyone and complained, "Eldest sect Uncle Qin, go out and take a look yourself." This king's boy subordinates look at the soldiers of Jiang Country. They have been hungry for many days. If there is no more food, this king really does not know how to restrain them. This old man's name was Qin Qingyu, and he was Qin Xiaoyao's martial uncle. Long before Xiaohua left, Qin Xiaoyao had brought a few of his disciples to the Jiang country to search for the Dao sect cultivators that had yet to be killed by the Copper Pillar Gua. When the Jiang country was destroyed, the Dao cultivators of the Jiang country naturally scattered and fled far away. The so-called Second Imperial Preceptor Qin Xiaoyao did not find him, and only found Qin Qingyu, who did not have time to escape. At that time, Qin Qingyu was planning where to go with his dozens of disciples and hundreds of Dao soldiers. When he heard that there was a nascent soul cultivator in the Black Wind Ridge who wanted to help the Jiang country restore the country, Qin Qingyu was immediately overjoyed. Who did not know the merit of becoming a dragon? At this time, it was Xiaohua's time to use people, and his own help was 100 times better than the icing on the cake in the future. Therefore, Qin Qingyu did not hesitate to follow Qin Xiaoyao to the Black Wind Ridge. However, Qin Qingyu had not expected Copper Pillar Gua to be so determined to kill the Chongling princess, and even more so the Jiang family and Copper Pillar Academy's desire to kill Xiaohua. When he came to Black Wind Ridge with his Dao soldiers, all of Black Wind Ridge was surrounded by the Yao of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Qin Qingyu was disdainful of the Yao. He ordered his disciples to lead the Dao soldiers to resist, and had the Black Bear Spirit lead the Yao of Black Wind Ridge to attack. The Dao soldiers fought 1 against 3, and effectively blocked the flying beasts of Mo Yun Ridge. But the Yao of Black Wind Ridge were not a match for the beasts of Lion Mountain, and were defeated in one blow. Qin Qingyu had no choice but to listen to Xiao Jian's arrangements. He took the Dao soldiers and disciples to follow the Black Bear Spirit into the large formation Xiaohua had set up. Of course, Qin Qingyu had seen many large formations. At the start, he did not have much hope for this large formation. He was waiting for Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain to break through the formation, and then he would lead his people to break through. But reality caused Qin Qingyu's eyes to widen. The Yao of Lion Mountain and Mo Yun Ridge had attacked for many days, but the large formation was undamaged. The Yao of Black Wind Ridge were relaxed as though they were watching a show, watching the flying beasts and beasts fight with their lives outside the formation. Seeing this, Qin Qingyu grew more curious about Xiaohua, this nascent soul cultivator he had never met before. However, after a few days of curiosity, regret came again. Xiaohua didn't come back on time. Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock's attack also stopped. The birds and beasts actually surrounded them but didn't attack, and just like that, they wasted their time. At the beginning, Qin Qingyu still had some confidence. He felt that a nascent soul cultivator would not go back on his word. But as time passed, 10 days passed, until 100 days had passed. He was disappointed, gave up, and was extremely vexed. What made his heart jump the most was that he had fallen into the trap of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Because Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain did not attack, the people of Black Wind Ridge and the Yao had run out of food for a long time. Also, this mountain did not rely on water. Everyone did not even have water. The cultivators were naturally not afraid of this, but the Dao soldiers and Yao were. When the Yao of Black Wind Ridge retreated into the formation, they did not think so much and did not bring anything. The princess of Chongling and the others carried some food in the small universe bag, but it could not support the consumption of the Black Wind Ridge Yao. In the end, each person and each Yao could eat very little every day. This was why the Black Wind Ridge Yao looked at the soldiers of Jiang country with such fervent gazes. Only now did Qin Qingyu understand. How could the Yao of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain have such a plan? How did they know of the food shortage plan? There must be an expert guiding them from behind, and their target was definitely not him. Other than the princess of Chongling, it was probably that nascent soul cultivator Xiaohua. However, he could see that the other goal of the Yao's encirclement was to force Xiaohua to come out. But what made Qin Qingyu bitter was that Xiaohua's departure was very sudden and secretive. Even the majority of the Yao of Black Wind Ridge did not know. How could the Golden Eagle and White Lion know? I'm afraid that they've mistaken me for Xiaohua, and I'm the scapegoat. Chapter 3504. Thinking of this, Qin Qingyu unconsciously looked angrily at Qin Xiaoyao. If this guy had not lured him here, how could he have come here? Now that the situation was hopeless, how could he resolve it? Maybe this is the only way? Qin Xingyu's gaze swept across the Changling princess and the angry black bear spirit, and made a decision. Black bear spirit friend. Qin Xingyu laughed and said, aren't I and the others discussing? The situation is dangerous now, and it is time for us to work together. We cannot be anxious, and cannot be suspicious. You discuss. This king will wait for you to decide. This king does not know how to use brains, but this king knows how to use strength. The black bear spirit waved his hand and said disinterestedly. But just as the black bear spirit hung his head in annoyance, Lu Yi, who had been holding a horsetail whisk, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded at the black bear spirit. He smiled and said to Qin Xingyu, Sect Uncle Qin, this one cannot come up with any ideas. I am bored here, and want to go out for a walk. Haha, little friend Lu, do as you please. This is your master's cave residence, you are the masters here. Qin Xingyu bowed slightly, making people feel that Qin Xingyu was very amiable. Many thanks, Sect Uncle Qin. Lu Yi bowed respectfully and slowly walked out. He walked to the black bear spirit's side and gave the black bear spirit a look. The black bear spirit blinked his small eyes to show that he understood. Then he lowered his head and soon dozed off. Fortunately, it was just a moment. He lowered his head as though he was really asleep. When he raised his head, he immediately opened his small eyes and said apologetically, sorry, I am really tired. You discuss, I will go out and take a nap. Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he ran out while muttering. Alas, fellow immortal Xiao. Qin Xingyu originally wanted to whisper something to Qin Xiaoyao, but when he saw the black bear spirit, he also left. He looked around and sighed, it seems that we have to make a decision. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid that even Lu and fellow immortal black bear will have other thoughts. Impossible. Xiao Jian furrowed his brows and shook his head. I can understand if others are disloyal, but these two would never do that. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows what others are thinking? Qin Xingyu said with a smile, fellow immortal, don't you know this? Then what does fellow Taoist Qin mean? Xiao Jian looked at Qin Xingyu and asked, should we rush out of the formation and fight those birds and beasts to the death? How is this possible? Qin Xingyu smiled faintly. You and I are well aware of the strength of our forces. Fellow immortal Heixiong's absence saves us the embarrassment of talking about it. The demons of the Black Wind Mountain are just a motley crew. They're not enough to accomplish anything. We're no match for those birds and beasts. What we need to do now, is to figure out how to escape. Martial uncle, how is that possible? Qin Xiaoyao said with a bitter face. If we could escape, would we have waited until now? If this disciple is not wrong, there must be elite soldiers of Bronze Pillar country outside Black Cloud Ridge. Even if we rush out of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Rock's encirclement, it's unlikely we can escape Black Cloud Ridge. Xiaoyao, you think too highly of yourself. Qin Xingyu said with a smile. You think these demons are here for you? Cough cough, your highness, don't be too nervous. Didn't fellow immortal Black Bear say it clearly? The Golden Eagle and White Tiger care about Senior Xiao. If it was only for your highness, they would not be so fanatical. Senior Qin, this one is no longer the princess of Jiang country. There is no need to call me your highness. The Changling princess also had a worried frown. She smiled and said, actually, this one hopes that their target is me. This way, this one only needs to go out and the danger of Black Wind Mountain will be resolved immediately. There is no need to harm everyone's lives. The princess is definitely one of their targets. At the side, Xiao Jian shook his head and said, but they are surrounding us and not attacking because they want to see our bottom line. Fellow Taoist Qin is right. There must be an encirclement outside this encirclement. But our consciousness is limited and cannot see far. We cannot see the situation outside Black Wind Mountain. In my opinion, there must be an even more powerful enemy who has set a trap for Senior Shao. When he spoke up to hear, Xiao Jian sighed and said, before Senior Shao left, he set up this formation to hide us, and he instructed us to pretend to have escaped from Black Wind Ridge so that the pursuers of the Copper Pillar Kingdom would think that we've escaped. Back then, I felt that Senior Zhao's actions were unnecessary. It would have been better for us to leave Black Wind Mountain. But now that I think about it, it is easy for us to leave Black Wind Mountain, but it is difficult to escape from the pursuers of Bronze Pillar Country. Especially Chongling and the others, they will fall into the hands of Bronze Pillar Country. The reason why Senior Shao asked us to stay here was to leave the grudge between Tong Zhuguo and Jianggua for him to settle. So he can keep us alive. But, he calculated wrong. We only paid attention to the movements of Bronze Pillar Country. We did not expect the spirits of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain to come. We were caught off guard. Since it's so grim, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape, right? Qin Xiaoyao was also filled with emotions as he followed Xiao Jian's words. Xiao Jian glanced at Qin Xingyu and said, that's right. I feel that we are too weak right now. The only thing we can rely on is Senior Zhao's formation. We can't break out of the encirclement easily. Breaking out of the encirclement will only consume our strength. What we need to do is wait for Senior Zhao's return. Of course, fellow Taoists Qin sent disciples to search for news of other Jiang country cultivators before coming to Black Wind Mountain. If they can come, we can work together, maybe we have a chance of survival. The other disciples. Qin Xingyu grimaced. Right now, Black Wind Mountain is likely a bait. The other disciples will only die if they come. Xiao Jian felt the same and nodded slightly in agreement. Granny Ji, Qianli, and Kongli were sitting next to the Chongling princess. They followed the Chongling princess and did not speak. But from their expressions, they seemed to agree with Xiao Jian's words. The problem is not whether we are willing to escape or not. Qin Xingyu frowned again and explained, it's because the situation is more powerful than us. It's the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock that forced us to escape. Of course, this old man, and even the people in the cave do not care about food and water, but the other spirits and soldiers cannot. It's not like you didn't hear fellow Taoist black bears shout just now. What if those demons go crazy from hunger? Even the black bear spirit can't control them, right? Xiao Jian heard this and said with a smile, I naturally agree with Sect Uncle Qin's words. It does not conflict with I's words. Since we know where the problem is, can't we solve the problem of food and water? How to solve it? Qin Xingyu grimaced and said, previously, we sent people to charge out, but Dao soldiers, the spirits, and even fellow Taoist Shao, didn't you try? The Golden Eagle is extremely fast, the White Lion's abilities are impressive. No one succeeded. We were not forced to the brink before. Xiao Jian answered. Also, we sent people here and there, but forgot about the person who could escape. Fellow Taoist Shao has a backup plan? Qin Xingyu stilled and said curiously. Xiao Jian shook his head. I do not have a backup plan. The person with the highest cultivation in this cave is Sect Uncle Qin. If Sect Uncle Qin wants to go out to find food, the Golden Eagle will not be able to stop him. Especially, if the people of Black Wind Mountain prepare to break out together and move in all directions, even if the Golden Eagle can stop Sect Uncle Qin, he will not know how to stop him. No. Qin Xingyu shook his head slightly. This old man has the highest cultivation here. If the formation is broken, this old man has the power to protect the princess. But if this old man escapes and cannot return in time, if something happens to the princess, will this old man not become a sinner of Jiang country? The Chongling princess heard this and stood up gracefully. She bowed respectfully and said, Elder Qin, Chongling thanks Elder again for your heart. But at this time, Chongling's safety is not important. If the hundreds of pixies and soldiers could not survive, how could Chongling survive? Chongling asks Elder to risk death to charge out of the encirclement and find enough food for the people of Black Cloud Ridge. Ah, Your Highness the Princess. Qin Xingyu still shook his head. The spirits are surrounding the mountain. This old man can easily charge out, but it will be difficult to return. This old man fears that I will fail the princess. Elder. The Changling princess said seriously, at this time, to speak the truth, Changling has implicated everyone. Changling is grateful that everyone has accompanied Changling to this day. Do not say that you have failed. It is fortunate to be able to escape with your lives. You do not owe Changling anything. As she spoke, the Changling princess bowed to everyone again. Granny Ji and the others panicked and hurriedly stood to return the bow. Qin Xingyu seemed to be thinking. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said, "If so, this old man will go all out. Let's get out first, and find food for Black Wind Mountain." Good. Xiao Jian clapped and said, "Elder Qin should have done this long ago. I will summon the Black Bear spirit and have him give the order. Hundreds of spirits will charge out together. Elder can take advantage of the chaos to leave." Qin Xingyu nodded. Actually, if this old man charges out of Black Cloud Ridge, food is easy to find. This old man will use at most half a day to return. Daoist Xiao, please ask Daoist Black Bear Spirit to act at night. This old man will charge when I hear the battle cries. Alright, we will also lead the soldiers to charge out of the encirclement with the Black Wind Mountain spirits. Xianli and Kong Li could not help but agree. But just as they spoke, a soldier in black armor hurriedly charged in and shouted, "Your Highness the Princess, not good, a dozen spirits are charging." Chapter 3505. Where is the Black Wind King? Qianli was shocked. Without waiting for the Changling princess to speak, he hurriedly stood and shouted. The Black Wind King and Master Lu left the cave and went up the mountain. They have not returned yet, the soldier answered. Yeah. You go and stop those yaos. Kill whoever dares to come forward. Xiao Jian hurriedly stood and ordered Yuanya. Then he said to the Changling princess and Qin Xiaoyao, "This one will go find the Black Bear spirit. You two, prepare. We will charge out of the formation together, pretend to attack, and help Elder Qin charge out in the chaos." We understand. The Changling princess and Qin Xiaoyao nodded. Yuanya, who had been silent, hurriedly stood, looked deeply at the Changling princess, and then quickly followed Xiao Jian out. The Black Wind Ridge people charged to the east, the Changling princess to the north. Xiaoyao, you take the Dao soldiers and charge to the south. Qin Xingyu saw Qin Jian leave and shouted again. This old man will go wherever I see a gap. Also, if you can charge out, then do so. Maybe this old man will attract their attention, and you can easily leave. No matter who goes out, if they can bring food and water out, it will be a great achievement. Yes. Everyone was shocked. They had been surrounded by a group of yaos for 100 days. Now, it was time to fight back. While they were just helping Qin Xingyu charge out, everyone was excited. After a simple assignment, Qin Xingyu rose to his feet and flew out of the cave residence. Hiss. Flying out of the cave, Qin Xingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Back in the cave, no matter how serious the Black Bear spirit was, Qin Xingyu didn't care. Seeing the situation in front of him, he finally understood. The situation inside the formation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. However, in front of the tent set up by the soldiers of the Jiang country, hundreds of Dao soldiers had already flown into the air. Each of them held a magic tool in their hands, and their faces were filled with vigilance. Below them, there were also hundreds of soldiers who were already fully equipped. They were also riding on horses, holding spears in their hands. Across from them, hundreds and thousands of fairies had begun to move in groups, advancing towards the soldiers step by step. Each of the fairies stuck out their scarlet tongues to lick their mouths. An indescribable thirst flashed in their eyes, and the primitive desire of hunger had overwhelmed all rationality. Black Bear Spirit, where's the Black Bear Spirit? Qin Xingyu couldn't help but yell. He knew in his heart that in the eyes of these demons, they were all food. Only the black bear spirit was a threat. This king is here. Only then did the black bear spirit turn around from behind the cave abode. He stepped on the demon cloud and rushed into the air, shouting, "Stop! Whoever dares to take half a step forward, I will kill him immediately." The black bear spirit roared angrily. Demonic chi surged from its body. Its usual cowardice was long gone. Its ferocious aura frightened the bear spirit in front of it. "Your Majesty." The bear spirit at the front gritted its teeth and said, "We know what your Majesty means, but we haven't eaten our fill for a long time. Master once said that he did not want us to eat humans, and we all remember that in our hearts, but now that there is nothing else to eat, we do not plan to eat humans, as long as the soldiers of Jiang country give their warhorses to the little ones to eat. That's it. Don't say such boring things." The black bear spirit sneered, "These soldiers of the Jiang country all rely on their warhorses. Without them, they would not be able to fight at all. Your Majesty, what battle is there to talk about now? The little ones are all hungry to the point that their hearts are stuck to their backs. How can they have the strength to fight?" The bear spirit looked at the black bear spirit, but his gaze would occasionally glance at the soldiers of Jiang country, and said, "Besides, the little ones eat meat in order to live. Even if Old Master comes back, Old Master can't possibly say anything, right?" Xiaohua had left him some food that day, but Xiaohua had never thought that there would be such a situation. Not only did the spirit demon eat a lot of food, the Dao soldiers that Qin Xingyu had brought with him also did not have any food. These people ate a lot more than ordinary people, so the food that Xiaohua had given them was not enough. Of course, if not for Xiaohua's food, the Black Wind Ridge would not have been able to last for 100 days. "Children," the black bear spirit thought for a moment, then raised his voice and said, "I know you guys are hungry, but look, the soldiers in front of you are so hungry that they are all skin and bones. What can they do? Even these warhorses were left with bones. Do you want to eat meat or gnaw on bones? What's more, the soldiers of Jiang country will defend against the enemy with us. Although we are demons, demons still have to have morals. How can we attack the warriors by our side? If you want to eat, you have to eat outside the formation. Those bastards from Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock have surrounded us. I've been suffocated for a while. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to eat meat. I'll gnaw those bastards from Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock into bones. Let's go, let's go." Although the few old and wise bear spirits were also greedy, they understood in their hearts that when they heard the black bear spirit's words, they also raised the weapons in their hands and shouted, "We will go and eat the fat cow." It was fine if they did not mention the fat cattle, but when they heard the fat cattle, many of the bear spirits were drooling. Their gazes moved away from the Dao soldiers who were slightly emaciated, and swarmed down the mountain. The black bear spirit immediately relaxed. Qin Xingyu and the others also sighed in relief. The princess of Chongling, Qin Xiaoyao and the others all charged in front of the Dao soldiers, and spoke about the matter of preparing to charge out. Everyone became alert. They were warriors, and had been suppressed in the formation for nearly 100 days. They had long been impatient. Now that they were being treated as food by the demons, they felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing that they were going to go out and fight, a wave of passion rose in their hearts. Rather than being eaten by the demons, it was better to kill the demons. If they could charge out, they would charge out. If they could not, it was better to die. Yes. Many soldiers responded in unison and left under the leadership of Qian Li and Kong Li. Those Dao soldiers also flew to the other direction in front of the formation under the leadership of Qin Xiaoyao and others, quietly waiting for Qin Xingyu's order to fight. In front of the cave, only Xiao Jian, Qin Xingyu, and Lu Yi who had just come down from the mountain were left. Qin Xingyu glanced at Xiao Jian and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao, you will be in charge of this battle. You will give the orders." "All right." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "We will rely on Elder Qin to deal with the Black Wind Ridge. We will wait here for Elder to return. I hope that Elder Qin will not fail our trust." Qin Xingyu looked at the soldiers and horses in the three directions and answered, just as we discussed before, after this old man charges out, you can weaken your attacks and retreat to the formation. Wait half a day before you attack again. This old man will take advantage of the chaos to come in. After speaking, Qin Xingyu moved and flew to the left of the Chongling princess, and landed on the back of a soldier's horse. Xiao Jian knew that Qin Xingyu wanted to take advantage of the chaotic battle to escape, so he waved his hand and flew into the air. His hand formed a spell, and a beam of light came out of his hand, charging into the air in front of the mountain. It was like a stone being thrown into water. Many horizontal waves were generated in the air. After the horizontal waves, the ferocious birds and beasts surrounding the Black Wind Ridge were revealed. Xiao Jian shouted angrily, "Everyone, kill! Kill!" The soldiers of Jiang country were the first to respond. They urged their warhorses and charged out of the formation with spears in their hands. The hundreds of iron hooves rushed down the hillside like a torrent. Although the demons of Lion Rock were in a defensive formation, they were still caught off guard. In the instant of contact, more than 10 demons were pierced by the spears, and miserable screams could be heard. The soldiers of Jiang country rushed down the mountain ridge, and the hundreds of Dao soldiers also pounced towards the demons of Mo Yun Ridge from the air. Many flashes of light could be seen, and one magical artifact after another smashed down. Similarly, many fierce birds had their wings broken, and fell from the sky. Roar roar. Of the three powers, the weakest Black Wind Ridge demons were different from before. As soon as the starving demons rushed out of the magic array, their eyes lit up. It was as if the aggressive demons in front of them were fat cows. Wind immediately appeared under their feet, and they pounced on them, screaming hysterically. These spirit demons were naturally not as fast as the soldiers of Jiang country. When they came into contact with the spirit demons of Lion Mountain, the spirit demons were already prepared. Although they did not resist in a particularly orderly manner, the weapons in their hands did not hesitate to fight with the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge. However, just as the battle began, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were once again terrified, because the bear spirits were not fighting like before. They all looked like they were going to perish together, and there was no method at all. As long as they saw an opening, they would immediately pounce over and open their bloody mouths to bite. Many demons were caught off guard and were bitten on the arms and nape of their necks. Ah! Screams came from the mouths of these demons. The successful bear demons bit off the flesh of these demons and chewed it in their mouths. As for those spirit demons who did not succeed, when they heard the sound of chewing meat and the smell of blood, they became even more anxious and crazy. They pounced towards their opponents without any regard for their lives. Seeing this, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were dumbfounded. Spirits did need to eat meat, but most of the meat was human and livestock meat. How could they eat spirit demon meat after becoming a spirit demon? Ever since they became spirit demons, they had long since developed a sense of self-awareness, differentiating themselves from those spirit demons that did not have intelligence. At this moment, looking at the blood in the mouth and body of the Black Wind Ridge bear spirit, as well as the madness in its eyes, how could it still have the integrity of a spirit demon? A spirit demon without any integrity. It was truly terrifying. Fairies were actually the same as humans. When they saw that they were about to become food for others, they felt a chill in their hearts and involuntarily retreated. The fairies of Black Wind Ridge immediately gained the upper hand and slowly advanced down the mountain. Chapter 3506. In the sky, the golden eagle and white lion were surprised to see the formation of the Black Wind Ridge open. However, the golden eagle spread its wings and shouted, "Myriad Lion King, be careful. I'm afraid this is the Black Wind Ridge's last resort. I urge all the boys to work harder and break this formation completely. Let's see how powerful that Taoist cultivator is. Since it's all in one throw, why care about their formation? Once we kill all these demons and humans, what's the point of keeping their magic formation?" White Lion laughed and ignored the golden condor. With a flap of his body, he flew down the mountain. The golden eagle said, If you don't go, I'll break the formation myself." Immediately after, it spread its wings, and its body flashed with brilliance. A hurricane was born, and the huge body of the golden condor was like a meteor as it rushed towards Xiao Jian, who had revealed himself in midair. Its huge claws emitted a sizzling sound as they tore through the air. They were sharper than ordinary flying swords. Humph. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand as steadily as a mountain. There was a flash of brilliance, and the golden eagle only felt a flash in front of his eyes. Although the situation in front of him was still the same and he still saw the contempt in Xiao Jian's eyes, he still had an extremely bad feeling from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, before the golden eagle could do anything, its sharp claws touched an extremely tough restriction. The golden eagle was very familiar with this restriction. Oh no! The golden eagle was shocked. He knew that the formation had been sealed and he had hit the restriction. He hurriedly flapped his wings and prepared to fly up. However, at this moment, a strong force came from the restriction. This force wrapped around the golden eagle and smashed it down the mountain. Boom! There was a loud sound. Just hundreds of feet below the Black Wind Ridge, the golden eagle's body smashed into a mountain slope that was 100 feet high. Not only did it smash a big hole in the mountain slope, but it also smashed two ferocious beasts that were guarding there into meat paste. A cloud of dust gradually settled, and the extremely sorry figure of the golden eagle was revealed. Its shining golden feathers were gray, and it no longer had the majesty from before. At this time, among the Jiang soldiers fighting with the beasts, a figure suddenly moved. However, this figure did not charge into the sky, but flattened out dozens of feet. Dozens of feet away, it was the Changling princess riding a peach-red horse and swinging her weapon to kill the beasts. At this time, the Changling princess had just killed a beast. She was about to raise her whip when she felt something was strange behind her. She unconsciously flipped her hand and the whip was about to strike. "Princess, it's I." Qin Xingyu's voice sounded by her ear. "Martial Uncle Qin?" The Changling princess stilled and put away the whip in her hand. She did not understand why Qin Xingyu had suddenly appeared behind her. But before she could think, her body suddenly tensed and she flew off the peach-red horse. "Martial Uncle, what are you doing?" the Changling princess said urgently. "Your Highness Princess, I have received the great gift of the monarch. While I cannot die for the monarch, I must protect the princess' safety. Now is the best time to charge out of the encirclement. I cannot go alone." Qin Xingyu said in a low voice. "I will take the princess out even if I die to repay the monarch's favor." Ah! Seeing that she had been carried dozens of feet into the air by Qin Xingyu in a moment, what else could the Changling princess say? While she did not want to leave, she could only sigh inside and wait until they charged out of the encirclement. Ga! Qin Xingyu suddenly flew out. The golden eagle was naturally furious. It screeched and flapped its wings to charge into the air. But how could the power of the golden eagle compare to the capital star's formation? The enormous force had not completely disappeared from the golden eagle's body. It stumbled and did not fly up from the ground. Roar! On the mountain ridge dozens of feet away from the golden eagle, the white lion that had just bitten a few bear spirits roared angrily. Demonic clouds formed under its feet and it chased after Qin Xingyu. Also, from the white lion's mouth, rays of light like flying swords flew out and stabbed towards Qin Xingyu. Qin Xiaoyao! Qin Xingyu ignored white lion and roared. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized stone rushed out. As soon as the stone appeared, it flashed with a green light and suddenly grew bigger. It smashed towards the beasts in front of Qin Xingyu's head that were blocking in the air. "Protect the princess." At this time, Granny Ji, Yuanya, who was on the left of the Changling princess, and the dozen or so female generals on Pegasi moved. They each waved their weapons and urged their Pegasi to fly towards the white lion, preparing to block the white lion's attack for Qin Xingyu. As to Qin Xiaoyao, how could he not know Qin Xingyu's intentions? With an order, he led the Dao soldiers and several disciples to charge in Qin Xingyu's direction. Puff! Yuanya's demonic staff was the first to succeed, shattering a flying sword-like light. However, His own body also lost balance and fell along with the leopard under his feet. Then, bang, bang, bang. There was a series of chaotic sounds. Granny G and the others first knocked down the white lion's attack, and many magic weapons also forced the white lion. The white lion had no choice but to temporarily abandon Qinqingyu. Under its 4 hooves, the demonic clouds moved and it dodged to the side. Immediately after, there was a series of screams. Qin Xiaoyao led the Dao soldiers to kill a few ferocious birds and rushed behind Qinqingyu. Boom, boom, boom. There were a few muffled sounds. Qin Xiaoyao's Dharma treasure hit a few ferocious birds in front of him. Those ferocious birds were all smashed into pieces and fell from midair. At this time, under the mountain ridge, the fastest golden eagle had just flown up and was still very far from Qinqingyu. The white lion had dodged the desperate attacks of Granny G and the others, but it seemed impossible for him to catch up to Qinqingyu. It seemed that Qinqingyu was really going to take the Changling princess and escape from the Black Wind Ridge. But at this time, boom, boom, boom. A series of roars came from the sky, and several rays of righteous chi suddenly fell, attacking Qinqingyu and the flying stone magic weapon. Woo! Qinqingyu's expression did not change, as though he had been prepared. His spiritual power was activated, and the flying stone vibrated. The primal energies of the universe within dozens of feet were immediately sucked into it. The flying stone immediately turned into the size of a millstone and blocked above his head. Boom, boom, boom. The righteous chi pillars fell on the flying stone, and the entire stone shook rapidly. Light flashed, and after the roars, the flying stone shrank by more than half, and Qinqingyu's face was slightly red. Qinqingyu. A faint voice came from the distance, and a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes appeared. You are not this old man's match, you should surrender. Jiang Yumming. Seeing this scholarly man, Qinqingyu's face was ashen, and he said in surprise, why are you here? If you can come, why can't this old man come? Jiang Yumming said faintly, I might as well tell you, not only did this old man come, but other scholarly grandmasters also came. If you want to escape from this Black Wind Ridge, it is simply wishful thinking. Other grandmasters? Qinqingyu was even more surprised. Just for that Xiaohua? Yes, and no. Jiang Yumming looked at the Changling princess in Qinqingyu's hands and answered. Actually, Jiang Yumming, this Qin will tell you honestly, that Xiaohua is not at Black Wind Ridge. Qinqingyu shook his head and said, this Qin has never seen him since coming to Black Wind Ridge. It is the same whether he is here or not. Jiang Yumming smiled slightly, his expression was very light. I understand. Qinqingyu also smiled, and his smile was very beautiful. If Xiaohua is at Black Wind Ridge, you all will work together to kill him. If he is not at Black Wind Ridge, this Changling princess is bait. Xiaohua will definitely fall into your trap, and you can still kill him. Yes, and no. Jiang Yumming looked at Qinqingyu from afar, and did not go forward, still answering faintly. Qinqingyu nodded. Naturally, it is for the Changling princess. Maybe Jiang country's treasury is not in Jiang country? Maybe Jiang country has some secrets you do not know? Jiang Yumming frowned and sneered. Qinqingyu, your teachers have all been defeated by this old man. Now that you have no way out, why don't you quickly surrender? Ha ha ha, who says this Qin has no way out? Qinqingyu laughed, and raised the Changling princess in his hands. Isn't this my way out? Shoo. Everyone was stunned. Qin Xiaoyao shouted, shut up. Qinqingyu scolded angrily. You and I are no longer Jiang country's cultivators, we do not need to respect Changling as a princess. Qin Xiaoyao gritted his teeth slightly, looked at Qinqingyu in front of him, and then the Dao soldiers and disciples on the left. He retreated dozens of feet and said in a low voice, this disciple understands Shishu's thoughts, but this disciple does not want to make mistakes again and again. Since there will be death, this disciple wants to die with peace of mind. Qinqingyu, you old man. Granny G almost scolded behind him. Ga. The golden eagle also flew up at this time, and laughed mockingly. Is this the legendary shamelessness? Qin Xingyu, what do you mean? Jiang Yiming frowned and asked curiously. You want to use the Chongling princess to threaten this old man? Senior Jiang, this Qin does not dare to say any threats. Qin Xingyu seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The Chongling princess is the bait to kill Xiao Hua, and also the last royal family of Jiang country. Her importance must be self-evident. If this Qin tightens his grip, and the Chongling princess loses her life, won't your calculations all be in vain? Senior Jiang, this Qin is just an itinerant cultivator of the Dao sect. As long as this Qin goes out, I will immediately give the Chongling princess to Senior. You can do whatever you want with her. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yiming laughed and waved his hand. Qin Xingyu, the one who is in vain is you. This Chongling princess is someone the monarch wants to kill. If you kill her, this old man and the others don't have to dirty our hands. Also, you killed the Chongling princess. Since Xiao Hua is not at Black Wind Ridge, he naturally does not know. He still has to return to Black Wind Ridge. The Chongling princess is bait, it has nothing to do with the Chongling princess' life or death. Chapter 3507. Good. Qin Xingyu sneered. He reached out and grabbed the Chongling princess' neck. He shouted, since you say so, this Qin will crush Chongling to death. Whatever. Jiang Yiming was a man of few words. He waved his hand and retreated dozens of feet as though he was afraid the Chongling princess' blood would splash on him. A vicious light flashed through Qin Xingyu's eyes. He said with a smile, Who are you bluffing? You think this Qin does not dare? As he spoke, his hand tightened. The Chongling princess, who had been silent all this time and seemed to have lost her heart, suddenly turned green. Thief, you dare! With an angry roar, Yuanya, who had been accumulating his power for a long time, hurriedly urged the leopard to rush up from below without any concern for his own safety. Roar! The white lion roared, causing the space around Yuanya and the leopard to rapidly tremble. The leopard was so scared that it pissed its pants and hurriedly flew down. Yuanya anxiously cried out on the leopard, but even if he was angry, what could he do? His cultivation was simply too far away from that of these monsters. Granny G and the others were also ashen-faced. They had pinned all their hopes on Qin Xingyu and helped him to defend against the enemy. They had never expected that in the end, Qin Xingyu would betray them and turn his back on them. Looking around Qin Xingyu, no, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than the enemy, there was no one else who could subdue Qin Xingyu. Was the Chongling princess going to be crushed to death by Qin Xingyu? Old Master Xiao. The people of Jiang country had never yearned for Xiao Hua's appearance more than now. Maybe only Xiao Hua could resolve the present deadlock. Whoosh. Just as everyone's hearts turned to ash, an inexplicable ripple came from Qin Xingyu's arm. A flame appeared strangely. Who? Qin Xingyu was shocked, his heart contracting. He immediately thought of a possibility. Other than Xiao Hua, whom he had never met, who could appear strangely at such a dangerous time? Understanding, Qin Xingyu's hand loosened. No matter how bold he was, he did not dare to crush the Chongling princess to death in front of Xiao Hua, who had not appeared. Rumble. Just as Qin Xingyu loosened his grip, a fireball appeared. Then, the surrounding heaven-earth essence qi suddenly gathered. Moreover, as the heaven-earth essence qi swarmed, several flames appeared not far in front of Jiang Yiming, White Lion, Golden Condor, and the other demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Ah! Qin Xingyu was very close to the fireball. The fireball violently exploded. In the light, Qin Xingyu screamed. Golden light flashed around him. His right arm holding the Chongling princess dimmed and blood flew. Qin Xingyu's right arm was blown off by the fireball. As Qin Xingyu's arm was blown off, ripples of water blue light appeared in the light of the fireball. A thin old man in Daoist robes and a circular talisman appeared. The water blue light came from the talisman. However, this light was quickly extinguished in the light of the fireball. The explosion of the fireball charged past the talisman and blasted the old man's back into a bloody mess. The old man's body was pushed by the force of the fireball towards the Changling princess like a falling leaf. The Changling princess had lost her will to live under this unpredictable person's heart. But the next change happened in a flash. Before she could think, the old man spread his arms and used his body to protect her. Looking at the face that was coming closer, the familiar wrinkles, the dry lips, and the two white mustaches, wasn't this Xiao Jian? However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's originally turbid eyes were filled with concern and determination. Xiao Jian's decisiveness turned into gratification, but this gratification disappeared as he closed his eyes. Xiao Jian, fellow immortal Xiao. The Changling princess was puzzled but did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly reached out and pulled the unconscious Xiao Jian into her arms. But the fireball was really powerful. Xiao Jian blocked the heat wave that was charging at the Changling princess, but the power was still there. The Changling princess could not resist at all. Under the enormous force, she floated down. Looking around, countless scorching waves of fire were rolling. Not only did the demons of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Rock retreat in fear, even someone as strong as Jiang Yiming did not dare to be negligent. He leaped high into the air. The moment the fireball appeared, Jiang Yiming was shocked. He thought that Xiao Hua had appeared. But when he saw Xiao Jian's figure in the fire, he was reassured. Xiao Jian must have used an invisibility seal to prepare to escape. But he had not expected Qin Xingyu to hold the Changling princess hostage. So Xiao Jian had to give up on escaping and use the fireball seal to save the Changling princess. However, Jiang Yiming did not understand. Since Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did Qin Xingyu not? Since Qin Xingyu knew Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did he not guard against Xiao Jian? Especially, why was this fireball seal so powerful? Of course, these questions were nothing in Jiang Yiming's mind. Both Xiao Jian and Qin Xingyu were not worth mentioning in Jiang Yiming's eyes. No matter what they did, as long as they did not escape Black Wind Ridge, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, when he saw the Changling princess land with Xiao Jian and meet up with Granny Ji and the others, Yuanya punched the leopard and did his best to get close to the Changling princess. The golden condor and white lion were forced into a sorry state by the fireballs. He smiled faintly. Then, the physical energy in his body moved. He opened his mouth and recited the 100 classics. Waves of vast energy roared and fell from the sky. In a moment, it extinguished all the flames within 100 zhang of him. After the flames disappeared, Qin Xingyu's slightly stooped figure appeared. At this time, Qin Xingyu had used the previous chaos to fly dozens of feet, wanting to escape Jiang Yiming's encirclement. Seeing his tracks exposed, Qin Xingyu's unusually pale face showed a hint of embarrassment. Elder Jiang. Qin Xingyu thought for a moment and said, "You also saw that this Qin was forced to do something beyond my ability. They do not trust me at all. The matter of Black Wind Ridge has nothing to do with this Qin." A hint of mockery flashed through Jiang Yiming's eyes. He looked up and down at Qin Xingyu's disheveled appearance. In order to escape, he did not even have time to clean up the blood on his body. Then he said coolly, "Qin Xingyu, this path is blocked. You should turn back." "Elder." Qin Xingyu pleaded. "This Qin swears that from now on, I will not ask about the matters of the Dao sect. I will only focus on cultivation. Jiang country, no, the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent has nothing to do with this Qin. Go back." Jiang Yiming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy passed. Qin Xingyu saw that he could not block it and could only fly back. Fortunately, Jiang Yiming did not mean to make things difficult for Qin Xingyu. This wave of vast energy only brushed past Qin Xingyu's head. The golden eagle was obviously very angry that Qin Xingyu could escape from its encirclement. When it saw Qin Xingyu flying down, it spread its wings. The golden feathers that were messed up by the fireball talisman flashed and rushed towards Qin Xingyu, let him go back. Jiang Yuming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy condensed into an invisible wall of qi in front of the golden eagle. The golden eagle was caught off guard and was actually knocked down in midair. The golden eagle made a clear "ga" sound. It seemed very angry and said angrily, "Jiang Yuming, what right do you?" Boom. A wave of vast energy came. The golden eagle was hit and kept rolling in the air. Only a few feathers were still floating in the air. Jiang Yuming's figure slowly disappeared. His cold voice stayed in the same place. "You are just a flat bird. Don't forget your identity. If you were not still useful, this old man would kill you on the spot." The golden eagle was knocked down and blood flowed out of its beak. White Lion and the others did not dare to be negligent. Although they did not dare to retreat from here, they were already far away and surrounded the people of Black Wind Ridge. Standing in midair, Qin Xingyu was in an awkward situation. Earlier, his order to Qin Xiaoyao was rejected, and Qin Xiaoyao stepped back for tens of feet. There were nearly 100 people who moved with Qin Xiaoyao. These disciples and Dao soldiers were far away from Qin Jian's fire talisman, so they weren't affected too much. But the disciples who stayed behind to listen to Qin Xingyu were slightly troublesome. In the explosion of the fire talisman, a dozen of them were injured. Right now, they were as bad as Qin Xingyu. Although they had rested for a while and were standing in the air, they probably couldn't stay together with the people of Black Wind Ridge. Qin Xingyu's gaze swept across the formation of the Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the others. Then he looked at Granny Ji and the others who were protecting the Chongling princess and retreating. His face was ferocious. But he clapped his hand and put several pills into his mouth. His face immediately flushed red. He sneered and said, "You Confucian cultivators have a good plan. You want to watch the show from the side. Good, this old man will let you watch. This old man will turn Black Wind Ridge into a sea of blood. Let's see what good show you can watch." As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, "Disciples, Dao soldiers, follow this old man, kill. Sect uncle, sect uncle." Seeing Qin Xingyu go crazy, Qin Xiaoyao was shocked. At this time in Black Wind Ridge, Qin Xingyu was the strongest. Who could be his match? Even if there were hundreds and thousands of demons, in the eyes of an early Jin Dan cultivator, they were not even a dish. Qin Xiaoyao shouted and wanted to persuade Qin Xingyu. Unfortunately, Qin Xingyu didn't give Qin Xiaoyao a chance to speak at all. He made a spell with both hands, and within a few feet of Qin Xiaoyao, a silvery white brilliance shone brightly. Streaks of light like spears appeared and pierced towards Qin Xiaoyao. It was Qin Xingyu's best technique, the golden spear technique. Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Qin Xingyu to change his face faster than flipping a book. He was the first to attack a junior disciple. He quickly rubbed his hands and opened his mouth. A fire bead the size of a thumb shot out. Chapter 3508. The fire bead immediately turned into a crimson wall of fire to protect Qin Xiaoyao. But before the wall of fire formed, hundreds of silver-white spears were thrown over like hundreds of giants. The sound of them breaking through the air was ear-piercing. Qin Xiaoyao was not strong to begin with. He could not even block Tong Zhuguo's killing immortal crossbow, much less the spears of these Jin Dan cultivators. Pew pew. Dozens of spears easily passed through the wall of fire and came close to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao's face was ashen, but there was no regret in his eyes. Instead, there was a kind of relief. This relief was the relief of being forgiven. While Qin Xiaoyao's gaze was not on the Chongling princess fleeing towards Black Wind Ridge, the princess and even Granny Ji looked at Qin Xiaoyao without the disdain and rejection from before. Oh. At this moment, a very surprised voice suddenly sounded. What's going on? This voice sounded a little ethereal, but it was also loud and clear. The entire Black Wind Ridge could hear it clearly. Following this voice, thousands of tiny threads of lightning suddenly appeared in the air around Qin Xiaoyao. There were not many threads of lightning, and they did not look strong. But where the threads of lightning passed, the thousands of golden spears were immediately shattered. The threads of lightning wrapped around the silver-white fragments. In a blink, the fragments turned back into pure primal energies of the universe. Xiao. Elder Xiao. Qin Xiaoyao was naturally overjoyed at being reborn. He looked around in disbelief, his voice filled with an indescribable hope. Xiaohua. Qin Xingyu saw his spell easily defeated by the lightning. His expression changed, he was filled with regret and bitterness in his mouth. He really did not understand why his luck was so tragic. What to do? Qin Xingyu's mind spun rapidly. He hurriedly sent out his consciousness towards the source of the voice. But his consciousness was immediately cut off after scanning 100 feet. He could not go very far. Old Master. This is Old Master. Old Master is back. Boy, kill. The black bear spirit was the happiest. When he heard Xiao Hua's voice, he immediately shouted. The demons of the Black Wind Ridge had no time to watch Qin Xingyu's despicable performance. They were originally in a state of exhaustion and had gradually slipped into a disadvantageous position. However, when they heard the black bear spirit's roar, it was more effective than any elixir. The weapons in their hands danced in the air, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Kill. The demons of Black Wind Ridge were like this, and the soldiers of Jiang country were even more excited. In this period of fighting, they had suffered many losses, and were almost unable to resist the birds flying in the sky. Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, they all fought with their lives. Granny Ji and the others were overjoyed. As they protected the Chongling princess, they urged their horses to charge at the demons of Mo Yun Ridge. The most ridiculous thing was still the leopard. Previously, no matter how Yuanya punched and kicked it, it did not dare to fly into the air. At this time, it also let out a long roar and turned into a flying shadow, carrying Yuanya to the beast at the foot of the mountain. However, just as it started to fly, it was punched by Yuanya again. Only then did it turn around and charge at the Chongling princess. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao seemed to think of something and hurriedly shouted, Elder Xiao. The Black Wind Ridge has an ambush from the Copper Pillar State. But his words did not travel far. Boom boom boom. Dark clouds covered the Black Wind Ridge, and wild winds blew. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down like a heavenly river. Awoo awoo. Between the flashes of lightning, the thousands of birds of Mo Yun Ridge that had been arrogant before were struck down by the heavenly lightning. Other than the scattered feathers in the air, there was only the fragrance of roasted birds. Ga. The golden eagle was shocked. It had seen powerful cultivators, and righteous Confucian cultivators, but it had never seen such a powerful move. There were over 1,000 of them. They were killed by this cultivator called Xiao Hua without even showing his face. What cultivation did this Xiao Hua have? Before the golden condor could escape, another wave of the Taoist spell that it had seen before flashed in midair. Then, it saw layers of flames appearing above the heads of the ferocious beasts on Lion Rock. Then, it swooped down. Roar, roar. The ferocious beasts screamed in agony. No one cared about fighting with the Black Wind Ridge demons anymore. They either rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames, or formed demonic clouds under their feet and rushed into the air to escape. Go! Bai Shi had been moved. With a soft roar, the Yao clouds under his feet moved, and he had already charged dozens of feet. Damn it! The golden eagle cursed in its heart. It seemed to be half a beat slower than Bai Shi every time. But fortunately, its flying speed was fast enough. With a flap of its wings, it immediately caught up with Bai Shi. Just as they had fled a few hundred meters away, a thunderous rumble resounded through the sky. A tall and skinny human figure stepped on heavenly lightning and flew over at a speed faster than lightning. His voice that was even louder than thunder rumbled through the Black Wind Ridge. After causing so much trouble to my Black Wind Ridge, you still want to leave? Before the voice died away, the golden eagle and Bai Shi's eyes blurred. They did not notice anything at all. The two figures had already landed in the sky above Black Wind Ridge. The golden eagle and Baishur looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. This kind of magical power that could teleport them dozens of feet without them noticing had long exceeded their understanding. Almost at the same time, the two of them knelt in the air and shouted, "Master, please spare us." The two so-called Golden Eagle King and Myriad Lion King did not resist at all and just knelt down. The demons of Imoyun Ridge and Lion Rock were even worse. They had long been scared witless by the heavenly lightning and the burning of their bodies. Now, they no longer dared to care about their injuries. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master, please spare us." "Humph." The black bear spirit snorted and said angrily, "Is Master's name something you can easily call out?" His words were filled with pride and arrogance. In a moment, the thin figure in the sky had already flown to the sky above the Black Wind mountain range. After the lightning dissipated, his true appearance was revealed. Xiaohua's appearance was a few years older, but he looked more mature, and the majesty between his brows was even more prominent. Anyone who looked at him would feel a sense of fear, and a kind of reverence would spontaneously arise. "Master, you have returned." The black bear spirit was carefree and showed off in front of people. He flew to Xiaohua's right hand and bowed proudly. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "This old man has returned. Black Bear, you have worked hard." Seeing Xiaohua give him face, the black bear spirit was even happier. He did not dare to rise and said, "This one is unworthy," and did not gain face for Master. "In the end, I still have to rely on Master's methods." Xiaohua responded and looked away. The people of Jiang country escorted the Chongling princess and flew to Xiaohua's hand. They all bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome Master back to the mountain. You have worked hard." "What is going on with Xiao Jian?" Xiaohua frowned slightly. His Buddhist consciousness had come too late and did not see the situation. The Chongling princess looked worriedly at Xiao Jian, who was still unconscious and covered in blood. She recounted what had happened previously. Sigh. When Xiaohua heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was also filled with lingering fear. If Qin Xingyu really succeeded, not to mention that Jiang Guo would no longer exist, even his own face would be lost. Wouldn't everything he said earlier be for naught? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. He swept a glance at Qin Xingyu and the hundreds of Dao soldiers and disciples around him, and then looked at Qin Xiaoyao. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao flew over with hundreds of disciples and Dao soldiers. Seeing Xiaohua look at him, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple Qin Xiaoyao greets. Master." "Disciple thanks Master for saving my life." Was what Chongling said true? Xiaohua's expression did not change as he asked coolly. Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to speak and hurriedly answered, "What Her Highness the Princess said is true." "Then, how do you think Qin Xingyu should be dealt with?" Xiaohua asked directly. "This." Qin Xiaoyao stilled. He was tongue-tied and did not dare to speak. Xiaohua saw Qin Xiaoyao hesitate and immediately moved him to the side. He raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. He gave it to Yuanya and said, "Yuanya, feed this pill medicine to your master." "Yes, Master." Yuanya saw Xiaohua was awe-inspiring and was no longer the Xiaohua who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him on the streets of Longevity Town. He took the jade bottle and hurriedly answered. After Xiao Jian had fainted, he had been watched over by the female generals of Jiang country. Only now did he dare to give it to Yuanya. Seeing Xiao Jian take the pill medicine, Xiaohua smiled and pointed. When did Xiao Jian's abilities improve greatly? He can predict the future. First, he stole this seat's invisibility talisman and fire talisman from Lu Yi. Hee, Master, this little one knows. The black bear spirit at the side hurriedly said with a smile, "This is not Xiao Jian's ability, but Lu Gu'er's arrangement." Lu Yi. Xiaohua was startled. He raised his head to look at the mountain ridge, where Lu Yi was already kneeling on the ground, as if he was welcoming him. Master. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao spoke up. You old man. Didn't you hear your disciple's voice? Outside the Black Wind Ridge, there is a great formation set up by Confucian cultivators. We are bait, and our lives are as light as grass. How can you take the risk? Heh heh. Xiaohua sneered, disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at the sky, where a faint five-colored brilliance was flowing, and said, Let me tell you, on this Black Wind Ridge, every person, every demon's life is not light. Even if I know that this is bait, that there is a trap here, I will still come. Thank you, Master. Everyone knelt down, their hearts filled with an indescribable warmth. Besides, it's just a child's play. How can it do anything to me? Xiaohua laughed again. He raised his hand and everyone stood up. We will only chat here. We will talk after they set up the formation. Chapter 3509. Yes, we will rely on Old Master for everything. Everyone saw Xiaohua so calm and felt even more confident. Xiaohua beckoned with his hand. Lu Yi, kneeling on the ground, flew in front of Xiaohua. Lu Yi did not dare to get up and kowtowed. Disciple Lu Yi greets Old Master. Disciple did not manage the residence well and caused such trouble. Old Master will punish me. No need to be so careful. Xiaohua said with a smile. You did well. This seat will give you a surprise later. However, tell this old man, how did you know Qin Xingyu would kidnap the Chongling princess? Lu Yi's face was bashful as he said in a low voice, Allow this little one to report this matter to Old Master alone in the future. Oh. Good. Xiaohua smiled and then looked up. He took out a bottle of pills and flew it in front of Lu Yi. Get up. You did well. Today, you did the best. This pill is for you. When you learn the method in the future, you can take it. Lu Yi was so clever. Hearing Xiaohua say, when you learn the method in the future, how could he not know that Xiaohua had found a method for him to cultivate? Excitement appeared on his face. He carefully took the jade bottle and hid it on his body before bowing again. Qin Xiaoyao. Xiaohua suddenly asked, Do you mind the question this seat asked you just now? Seeing Xiaohua act so swiftly and decisively, his train of thought also jumping around, Qin Xiaoyao clenched his teeth and knelt down in midair, saying, Master, disciple knows that martial uncle Qin committed an unpardonable crime, but disciple also committed a serious crime that day. Since old master can pardon this disciple, why can't you forgive Qin Shishu? He was just muddle-headed under the attack of the enemy and made the wrong choice. Now that our Dao sect is in decline, one person killed is one less. This disciple asks old master to be magnanimous and allow Qin Shishu to redeem himself. Old master, you cannot. Granny Ji had not known Xiaohua for long, but she was familiar with Xiaohua's soft-hearted nature. She hurriedly shouted that Qin Xingyu was the strongest cultivator of Black Wind Ridge at the time. He wanted to kidnap Her Highness the Princess and use her safety to exchange for his life. He even wanted to kill Her Highness the Princess when the enemy could not tolerate it. In addition, he didn't care about fellow disciples at all. As soon as he had time, he immediately attacked his own martial nephew. If it weren't for the return of the master, fellow Daoist Qin would have already died. How could someone who was worse than a beast be a disciple of the Dao sect? Leaving him alive is a disgrace to the Dao sect and a thorn in the flesh of my Black Wind Ridge. If master is unable to distinguish between rewards and punishments, I'm afraid it won't be fair in the future. Master, please make a decision. Master. When Qin Xingyu heard this from afar, he hurriedly knelt down in the air and cried out, Please spare my life, master. I will follow your orders for the rest of my life and will never have any other thoughts. Old master. Granny Ji wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiaohua frown slightly, the Chongling princess hurriedly scolded, Granny, just say this. Everything will be decided by master. But. Granny Ji wanted to say something but stopped. She bit her lip and lowered her head. The black bear spirit was next to Lu Yi at this time. He raised his foot and kicked Lu Yi, indicating for Lu Yi to speak. But Lu Yi didn't seem to notice and stood there silently. The other people of Black Wind Ridge knew their status was low and didn't dare to speak. On the mountain ridge, the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge looked at the spirits on the ground that had been killed by the heavenly lightning and fire. They swallowed and didn't dare to move, waiting for Xiao Hua's decision. "Qin Xingyu, don't think about getting lucky," Xiao Hua said coolly. "You are a disciple of the Tao sect, but you don't deserve to be a human. Since you don't deserve to be a human, what are you living for? Since you are a disciple of the Tao sect, you can kill yourself." Wu. Xiao Hua had just finished speaking when he saw Qin Xingyu's body flashing with an intense golden light. Streams of Zhen Qi were like small snakes coming out from his mouth and nose. Qin Xingyu's body flashed and flew towards the distance. As Qin Xingyu flew, the brilliance around his body became even brighter, just like an extremely sharp flying sword. "Do you want to escape?" Xiao Hua smiled faintly. "Even if you have 10 more gold cores, you can burn them all and turn them into swords. How can you escape from my hands?" While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his right hand, and a huge palm appeared in midair. It was several times faster than Qin Xingyu's, and in a moment, it grabbed Qin Xingyu. No matter how Qin Xingyu struggled, he couldn't break free. "Even if I don't do it, do you think you can escape from the formation of the Confucian cultivators?" Xiao Hua looked at Qin Xingyu and said word by word, "In front of you, there is only a dead end. However, instead of letting the Confucian cultivators kill you, let me send you on your way. I have a merciful heart, but that doesn't mean I won't kill. Because you deserve to die, I don't mind staining my hands with blood." After he finished speaking, the big hand moved slightly. Qin Xingyu struggled with all his strength, as if he was going to explode his gold core. However, under the power of the big hand, his true qi could not flow at all. Under the huge force, blood splattered and Qin Xingyu was crushed to death. Immediately after, Xiao Hua retracted his technique and Qin Xingyu's corpse fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Hua said indifferently, "You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow, everyone has their own karma. Don't think too much about others." "Yes, disciple understands." Qin Xiaoyao knew that this was for him and hurriedly bowed. The other Taoist disciples didn't do evil. "Please spare my life, master." "Well, they are all your disciples. You can decide for yourself." Xiao Hua waved his hand. The hundreds of frightened disciples and Taoist soldiers were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed down to thank him. The internal affairs of the Black Wind Ridge have been dealt with. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the sky. The 5-colored brilliance had turned into 5-colored auspicious clouds and was still dancing in the air. There were no signs of it descending. He said, "Since the formation masters haven't finished their work, let's look at other things. Master, spare my life, spare my life." The golden eagle and white lion had been waiting by the side. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, they hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "Strange. You led a group of subordinates to invade my Black Wind Ridge and kill my disciples. Why should I spare you?" "Master," the golden eagle said pitifully, "although we are called Golden Eagle King and Thousand Lion King, we are actually the same as the Black Wind King. We are all pitiful characters. Others don't know how hard we worked, but how can the Black Bear spirit not know? At first, we thought that we were the kings of the Black Cloud Ridge and were very proud of ourselves. But when Master came, so many things happened. Only then did we realize that we were just the pretense of others and were used by others. You can ask the Black Bear spirit. We have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Who bullied him? If we weren't forced by others this time, why would we invade the Black Wind Ridge? Also. The white lion hurriedly shouted from the side, "We surrounded the Black Wind Ridge for so long and didn't attack heavily. In fact, we didn't injure many of the Black Wind Ridge's subordinates. We don't deserve to die." Hearing the words, "don't deserve to die," coming from the mouth of the Thousand Lion King, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This really sounded ridiculous. However, the black bear spirit's eyes darted around. His gaze swept across the Black Wind Ridge. When he saw that most of the beasts of Imoyun Ridge and Lion Rock were injured and not many were killed, he immediately understood that Xiaohua didn't have the intention to eliminate them. Then, he thought about what Xiaohua said and came up with a plan. He casually took half a step forward and bowed. "Master, this little one has a few words, but I don't know if I should say them." Feel free to speak," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Master," the black bear spirit pointed at the two demons and said, "This little one is the same as the two demon kings. We both occupy mountains and call ourselves kings. No one understands their hardships better than this little one. We don't have a choice. Actually, I won't hide it from Master. If Master forced this little one to attack Imoyun Ridge and Lion Rock, even if this little one didn't want to go, under Master's strict orders, this little one wouldn't dare to disobey." When did this lord do such a thing?" Xiaohua laughed and scolded. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, the black bear spirit understood even more. He said, "There's no need to say that the two demon kings don't deserve to die. After all, we are all demons and have killed countless people. However, Master, now is the time to use people. The two demon kings are useless, but they have thousands of subordinates. This little one is afraid that I can't take care of all of them. Why don't you spare their lives and help me restrain my subordinates? This way, won't the entire Black Cloud Ridge belong to Master?" Yes, this little one will definitely listen to the Black Wind King's orders and guard the Black Cloud Ridge for Master." Hearing the black bear spirit's words, the golden eagle and white lion understood that he was taking advantage of the situation. However, they didn't dare to disobey. They hurriedly kowtowed and said, "But Master, please spare our lives." Yes, the black bear spirit's words make sense. Xiaohua nodded to himself. Then, he stretched out his hand and a dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. The golden eagle and white lion felt an indescribable pain in their heads. The two demons couldn't help but roll in the air in pain. "Rise!" As Xiaohua raised his hand, two faint shadows appeared between the eyebrows of the two demons. Xiaohua then grabbed with his hand and the two shadows instantly shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Immediately after, two pieces of jade floated in the air. Xiaohua flicked his two hands and rays of light appeared from the jade pieces. They were so bright that it caused everyone to squint their eyes. Puff, puff. Suddenly, the two pieces of jade shined brightly and lit up at the same time. A moment later, the two pieces of jade melted into two balls of liquid. This liquid was no longer just jade, it was mixed with a trace of scarlet. Xiaohua suddenly raised his head and pointed his finger. The black bear spirit, who was watching the show with narrowed eyes, felt pain between his eyebrows. Before he could cry out in pain, 2 drops of blood had been flicked by Xiaohua and landed in the jade liquid. Sizzle. With a series of sounds, the jade liquid glowed with a green light. Chapter 35:10. Go, Xiaohua lightly reprimanded and raised his hand. 2 green bean-sized shadows were thrown into the jade liquid. Then, Xiaohua sent in a few more spells. Kacha, kacha, 2 crisp sounds were heard. The jade liquid condensed into 2 jade tablets. Master. The black bear spirit cried bitterly. It's fine if you think these 2 deserve to die, but why are you so happy with my blood? What do you know? Xiaohua snorted and waved his hand. Take this jade tablet. Seeing the 2 jade pendants in his hands, the black bear spirit raised the jade pendants and looked at the vague shadows of the golden eagle and white lion. He was puzzled and asked curiously, Master, what am I doing with this? These 2 demons were spared because you begged for mercy. I'll leave their lives to you. If they don't listen, you can crush the jade tablet at any time. Xiaohua said coldly. Of course, if anything happens to them, I'll hold you responsible. There's no need, Master. The black bear spirit's expression became even more bitter. He said pitifully, "This thing is so precious. If I accidentally break it, won't I take their lives? You should keep it." Black bear. Xiao Jian, who had already woken up, reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Old master thinks highly of you. You hold the jade pendant and deliberately think that the two demons will have to do whatever you want them to do. Ah? Is that so?" The black bear spirit was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "Golden eagle, roll for me." The golden eagle was no longer in pain. Just now, it was standing in midair. When it heard the black bear spirit's words, it hesitated. But then, the pain came again. The golden eagle's face turned pale. It moved and its body trembled. It gritted its teeth and said, "Black Wind King, you and I are both demon kings. In the future, White Lion and I will help you. If you treat us like this, we'd rather die." "Oh." The black bear spirit's small eyes turned. Seeing the golden eagle's painful expression, he knew that Xiao Jian was right. He immediately put away the jade tablet and smiled. "Brothers, it's all my fault. I just wanted to see the effects of this jade tablet. I won't try it again in the future. Brothers, as long as you treat master like I do, this jade tablet will be as good as nothing. Big brother is wrong." Golden Condor looked at White Lion and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Among the 3 heads of Black Cloud Ridge, the Black Wind King is the leader, I'm third, and White Lion is second. If the 3 of us work together, we will definitely be able to protect the Black Cloud Ridge." White Lion smiled and also bowed, saying, "Third brother is right. Although Big Brother's cultivation is low now, with Master's help, it won't be long before he becomes our leader." I'm sorry. The black bear spirit's mouth was wide open. The corners of his mouth were all the way to the back of his head. He cupped his fists in return. "Go and pack up. From today onwards, Black Cloud Ridge will belong to you 3 brothers." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I can guarantee that as long as all of you are obedient, not to mention Black Cloud Ridge, even the entire hidden immortal continent will become famous." "Yes, we understand." The 3 demon kings were overjoyed. After hastily bowing, they descended from the clouds and reorganized their subordinates. Xiao Jian had already recovered from his injuries after receiving Xiao Hua's elixir. He walked forward and bowed. "Disciple thanks Master for saving my life." Xiao Hua sized up Xiao Jian. He was actually rather puzzled. Xiao Jian had always been very selfish. Why would he take the risk because of Lu Yi's words? However, after thinking about it, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than Xiao Jian, Lu Yi couldn't find a reliable Daoist cultivator who could use invisibility talismans and fire talismans. Fortunately, Xiao Jian didn't let Lu Yi down. Xiao Jian could be considered to have made a great contribution. "You did well. Xiao Jian, I have a whole new level of respect for you." Xiao Hua nodded. "In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come find me. If there are no accidents, getting a golden core or nascent soul cultivator isn't a big deal." Xiao Jian didn't have any excitement on his face. He seemed to believe Xiao Hua's words without any doubt. He bowed and said, "Disciple thanks Master for taking care of me. What's the progress of your plan to restore the Black Cloud Ridge?" Xiao Hua stood in the air and didn't return to his residence. He actually treated the swaying clouds in the air like they were nothing and asked. Xiao Jian looked at the Chongling princess. The 2 nodded slightly. Xiao Jian spoke again. "Disciple and the others are almost done with their plans. Only Master is left to come back and take charge." "Someone like Qin Qingyu?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. "This is all Disciple's fault," Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly said from the side. "In order to increase the power of Black Wind Ridge, Disciple could only invite Disciple's sect uncle to come and hold the fort. But I didn't expect, and none of you are wrong, it's this seat's fault." Xiao Hua nodded. He liked Qin Xiaoyao's responsibility even more. This seat had some important matters and couldn't come back in time. That's right, go and look for that second imperial tutor. What's his name again? If you find out whether he's dead or alive, I'll go and look for him. If I'm not around in the future, at least there'll be someone to support you. The second imperial preceptor of Jiang country is Li Xiang, Li Zhenren. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly answered. This disciple heard that he was captured by the Copper Pillar country. The Changling princess explained from the side. To let master know, Li Zhenren listens to the imperial preceptor, but is unfamiliar with the imperial family of Jiang country. This junior doesn't know much about this elder. All right, return to the residence. If you need to discuss, discuss. If you need to act, act. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Everyone bowed and saluted. Only Lu Yi was left in the air. He could not fly and waited by Xiao Hua's side. Lu Yi. Xiao Hua waved his hand and used a silent spell. He said, now you can speak. How did you know that Qin Xingyu was going to act against the Changling princess? Did you personally give Xiao Jian's invisibility seal and fire seal to him? Facing Xiao Hua, Lu Yi naturally didn't dare to conceal anything. He explained the cause of the matter in detail, causing Xiao Hua to be somewhat dumbstruck. It was very simple because Lu Yi could feel what others were thinking. When Qin Xingyu was discussing with everyone in the residence, Lu Yi had sensed his desire for the Changling princess from Qin Xingyu's heart. But he was not sure and did not dare to expose it. He could only take the chance to leave the residence and call out the Black Bear spirit. Lu Yi naturally would not tell the Black Bear spirit the truth. He only said what would happen if Qin Xingyu, the cultivator with the highest cultivation, had no one to restrict him. Of course, the Black Bear spirit had no other choice. He could only blink his eyes helplessly. However, when Lu Yi took out the invisibility talisman and fire talisman left behind by Xiao Hua, the Black Bear spirit came up with an idea. He was a demon and did not cultivate any Dao techniques. Of course, he could not use them. Lu Yi was not at ease with Xiao Jian. He feared Xiao Jian would take the chance to run. Otherwise, he would have taken out these things long ago. But here, for the safety of the Changling princess, Lu Yi could only gamble. Coincidentally, Xiao Jian came to find Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the chance to speak of his worries. Xiao Jian did not take it seriously and agreed. After Qin Xingyu landed on the horse of the Jiang soldiers, he activated the invisibility seal under Lu Yi's urging and hid near the Changling princess. The development of the matter was as Lu Yi had expected. If Xiao Jian had not stopped her, the Changling princess would have died. Xiao Hua listened to Lu Yi and nodded slightly. Yes, this is your talent. You do not need to tell others. This old man will keep the secret for you. Cultivate the Dao art first, and when the time is ripe, I'll pass down another Buddhist sect divine ability to you. It's called the heart connection, and I presume it'll bring back your extraordinary talent to the extreme. Many thanks, old master. Lu Yi was overjoyed. And, can you sense what this old man is thinking? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. He, old master is thinking too much. Lu Yi said with a smile. When this little one saw old master that day, I was seriously injured and could not sense what old master was thinking. When this little one got the river tide temple, this little one tried and could only sense that old master was a good person and would not harm this little one and little Yun. But this little one does not know what old master is thinking. Also, to tell old master the truth, this perception is not accurate. Also, sensing danger is more useful than other senses. When this little one was young, this little one relied on this to avoid many dangers. And, this old man knows. Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sneered. Damn it, this old man has waited for so long. Why is it not set up yet? Relying on this, you dare to fight this old man? If this old man did not want to use you to establish power, you would not have the time to set up the formation. Old master, do not be careless. Lu Yi reminded. The Confucian cultivators did not set up this formation in a day or two. Now that old master has returned, they have not moved. They must be planning to hit with one blow. It is more than one blow. They are going to wipe us all out. Xiao Hua sneered. They even want to kill the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. In a while, you will pass down this old man's order and let all the demons enter the formation. Ah. Lu Yi turned pale with fright. He did not have time to agree and hurriedly shouted. Old master, you must be careful. No matter, this is a good opportunity to cleanse the Black Cloud Ridge with this formation. This will save this old man the trouble. Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. Oh, by the way, come with this old man. This old man found you a junior brother. You can teach him some language of the hidden immortal continent. Junior brother? Lu Yi beamed with joy. Old master just happens to be lacking a boy. Now, one on the left and one on the right is just right. I still lack a girl. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said snappily. Why don't you find little Yun and make her a jade girl? Lu Yi's brows slightly darkened. However, he smiled and said, if old master is like this little one will thank old master even more. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and flicked Lu Yi's head with his finger. He scolded with a smile, wishful thinking. You should just obediently be a boy. Lu Yi stuck out his tongue, a naughty look on his face. Chapter 35:11. Immediately, Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and brought Lu Yi into the cave like a breeze. Above the clouds, Jiang Yuming and a dozen white-haired old Confucians were standing in midair. In front of them was an oval mirror, which allowed them to clearly see the situation of Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing Xiao Hua so calm and unhurried, everyone was so angry that they almost vomited blood. Especially the few old Confucians, their hands were trembling. One of them even cried out, Yuming, how can you be so patient? This little bastard clearly knows that the Great Formation has been completed, yet he still arrogantly handles the affairs here. This is clearly a provocation. Quickly, activate the Great Formation. Let's see if our noble Qi will not turn him into mincemeat. Jiang Yuming's face was obviously not good. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Senior brothers, granduncles, don't be anxious. This Xiao Hua's methods are really amazing. Didn't you see? He waved his hand and we couldn't see anything. His magic power is clearly higher than mine. That soul-sucking technique is clearly something a 4th-grade cultivator can do. Moreover, the lightning drawing technique and the lightning escape technique are both things that ordinary Daoist cultivators can't do. If my Jiang clan becomes his enemy, there is absolutely a possibility that both sides will suffer. Now, the Copper Pillar country's monarch has spent a lot of effort to invite 4 great scholars to come and set up the 5 brocade cloud diagram with my Jiang clan. This is clearly a country's strength to resist Xiao Hua. My Jiang clan only needs to follow the 5 brocade cloud diagram and activate the noble Qi. That Xiao Hua is definitely not the opponent of the cloud diagram. Why should my Jiang clan stand out alone? This is the 5 brocade cloud diagram? Is this the formation passed down by the Immortal Palace? An old scholar was shocked. Monarch, when did you have such a powerful formation? Jiang Yuming's face was filled with pride. He said with a smile, how could this junior dare to deceive granduncles? I didn't say it before because the Copper Pillar country's monarch gave strict orders. He was afraid that the news would leak and Xiao Hua wouldn't dare to enter the trap. The Copper Pillar country's monarch actually obtained the Immortal Palace's formation? Another old scholar was shocked and asked the same question. Then, he thought of something and said in a low voice, it seems that the monarch didn't go to war on a whim. With this formation map, what worries do we have in the world? Our Bronze Pillar country will definitely become famous in the hidden immortal continent and become the #1 empire in the hidden immortal continent. The old scholar from before was very impassioned as he shouted. Jiang Yuming smiled and explained, this is the secret formation of the Immortal Palace. It contains the secrets of the 5 Qis unification. I heard that anyone who can comprehend one of the cloud brocade will be able to ascend. This time, my Jiang clan will participate in the extermination of the Dao sect's remnants. After we succeed, we will obtain 5 chances to comprehend the secret array. Senior brothers and granduncles, please don't slack off. Yumming, don't worry. You're just a Daoist brat at the 4th level of first elemental force. Although you're abnormally arrogant, I'm afraid that you're just putting up a strong front. If you want to give us an empty fort strategy, who wouldn't be able to see through it? An old Confucian scholar laughed and said, the monarch has set up such a large array to scare the monkey by killing the chicken, to let the other countries of the hidden immortal continent see the excitement, to let them see the methods and determination of our bronze pillar state. You tell me, how can we not join in the fun? We cannot make assumptions about the king's heart. However, senior brother, please don't be careless. Jiang Yumming waved his hand and said, 2 of my Jiang clan's juniors have already fallen in the hands of Xiao Hua. One of them was even killed in front of the Bronze Pillar Academy's dean. According to that dean, this brat is very cunning. His flying technique is even more strange. After he succeeded in his attack, he immediately fled far away, making him unable to chase after him. Just now, senior brother also saw this brat's lightning movement technique. It's really impressive. It said that Bronze Pillar Academy's 100 Children book array was broken by this brat. In his hands, Daoist spells can turn something rotten into something magical. But it's all because that old thing Northguo was careless. That's why he lost face and said that this brat is so powerful. Some old Confucian scholars were disdainful and said coldly, even if he's a Daoist cultivator at the upper 4th level of elemental force, how can he be a match for you and me? If he's at the 5th level of elemental force. Once he enters the Immortal Palace's immortal array, he still wants to escape. Jiang Yumming was helpless. He didn't know how to convince these old Confucian scholars, so he smiled and said, let's not care about that. We'll just set up the array according to the previous drill. When the array is activated, we'll see the mystery of the immortal array. Not bad, not bad. Many old Confucian scholars clapped and laughed. Then, they patted their foreheads and dozens of water lights rushed into the sky. In the sea of clouds around them, there was also a clear chanting sound. Countless noble qi rushed into the water vapor. The abundant water vapor turned into a mighty river and rushed into the 5 brocade cloud diagram. On the other side of the sky, there was a similar array. The person in front was wearing a Confucian scholar's robe. His forehead was protruding and his face looked rather simple. In his hand was something like a jade tablet. He was very calmly looking at the depths of the sea of clouds. Next to him stood another person. This person had extremely short hair and a handsome face. It was the Bronze Pillar Academy's judge, Do Shanjun, whom Xiao Hua had previously defeated. At this moment, Do Shanjun's face was still cold. His slightly squinted eyes flashed with a trace of clear light. However, after a moment, Do Shanjun frowned and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. He looked at the calm old man in front of him and said, Lord Academy Head, there's something this student doesn't understand. Feel free to speak. This Academy Head was the Beigozhenming that Jiang Yumming had spoken of. Hearing Do Shanjun speak, he looked away and said coolly. Do Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, in my opinion, before this Xiao Hua flew down to Black Wind Ridge, he might not have been unaware that there was a grand formation waiting for him here. But why did he still charge in without any hesitation? Even if he charged in, he had enough time to save the Chongling princess. In order to lure Xiao Hua into the formation, we did not spread out the 5 brocade cloud diagram earlier. Shanjun, don't tell me you don't have an answer to such a vulgar question. Beigozhenming smiled faintly. Of the many Confucian cultivators who set up the 5 brocade cloud diagram, only you have truly fought with Xiao Hua. How can this old man know something you do not know? Do Shanjun shook his head slightly, a strange expression appearing on his face. He looked at the sea of clouds and sighed. While this student fought with Xiao Hua, but this student still cannot see through him. Based on this student's understanding of him, he may not have entered the formation. Back then, this student was not a match for Xiao Hua, and when the academy head appeared, he immediately fled. This fits the saying that a gentleman does not stand against a dangerous wall. Why did he change his personality today? Also, back then, 100 days ago, he did not even dare to meet the academy head. Why does he dare to face the entire formation now? Unless Xiao Hua's strength has greatly increased in these 100 days. This old man does not have to pay attention. Beigo Zhenming said with a smile, "Is this what you are puzzled about?" "That's the only possibility." Dou Shanjun nodded. "But the problem is, while the Daoist sect's abilities are heaven-defying and far from what we Confucian cultivators can compare to, his Daoist sect disciples cannot surpass him so much in such a short time. There is no such thing as possibility or impossibility in this world." Beigo Zhenming said coolly. "There is only occurrence and non-occurrence. We always thought that the Daoist sect's Xiao Hua was hiding in the formation of Black Wind Ridge. Who would have thought that he had escaped long ago? Previously, didn't you say that Xiao Hua was benevolent and would not abandon the people of Black Wind Ridge and flee? What about now? You and I are not saints. What we expect is far from the unpredictability of the world. Let's take one step at a time." Student understands. Dou Shanjun nodded and sighed. It seemed that he had a very good impression of Xiao Hua, who had defeated him. Hee, could it be that a hero cherishes a hero in his heart? Beigo Zhenming laughed again. Dou Shanjun nodded again. He withdrew his gaze from the sea of clouds and said, "Although Xiao Hua shook my Bronze Pillar Academy and even pushed down the entrance of the academy, when the matter of the old Daoist priest of the Seven Suns Temple came to light, there really aren't many people in the academy who can complain about Xiao Hua. There aren't many people who have such courage and righteousness even among us Confucian cultivators. It's a pity that he's too conspicuous." Beigo Zhenming snorted coldly from his nose. He's just a lowly disciple of the Dao sect, yet he actually dared to leave behind a blood tablet in the Seven Suns Temple, and even offended my Bronze Pillar Academy. That's not all, he actually dared to confront the king and save the orphan of the Jiang country. Look at what he did just now. He wanted to subdue the Golden Condor King and the Myriad Lion King, and take down the entire Black Cloud Ridge. What kind of place is the Black Cloud Ridge? The border between the Copper Pillar country, Jiang country, and Jia Sa country. Previously, we might not have known the significance of this Black Cloud Ridge, but now, you should understand that there is a huge elemental stone mine beneath the Black Cloud Ridge. Previously, the three countries had sent out a large number of troops to divide the mine underground. Those three monsters were merely the chess pieces of the three countries. Xiao Hua's actions. Isn't that the same as courting death? As for the king setting up the immortal array with such fanfare, it was more to take the Black Cloud Ridge into his own hands. Even if it's the Jia Sa country. And the other countries should not covet it. Sigh, student understands. Dou Shanjun laughed bitterly. Whether it's the emperor's technique or the dragon's technique, student is still unfamiliar with it. It's hard to think so much. Since ancient times, the academy has been a leisurely place. Your character is relatively simple, and is not suitable for the palace. Beigo Zhenming laughed. Of course, if you are willing to try, after this battle, this old man can recommend you to enter the imperial court as an official. I don't dare. Dou Shanjun anxiously waved his hand. This student admits that he does not understand the hearts of people, nor do he know the hearts of officials. If you don't enter the world, how can you come out? Shanjun, you still have to think about it more. Everyone's path is different. Students naturally have their own path, and students still like to walk on their own path. Dou Shanjun did not seem to have any intention of letting go. Alright, this old man will wait and see. Beigo Zhenming smiled and shook his head. It seemed that he thought highly of this Dou Shanjun. He twirled his beard and laughed. You are my Bronze Pillar Academy's rare student. At such a young age, you were able to suppress all the other students to become a dean. This old man has deep expectations for you. Chapter 35:12. Just as Bagua Zhenming and Do Shanjun were talking, the clouds woven from the 5-colored cloud brocade suddenly froze. A layer of 5-colored cloud brocade surged from one end of the sky to the other like a tidal wave. Then, the entire 5-colored cloud brocade covered the entire black cloud ridge. As the 5-colored cloud brocade fell, a loud and clear sound of metal rang out from the clouds. It turned out that the 5-colored cloud brocade was instantly covered by a rolling blood-colored brilliance. Langchinga's golden spear iron horse has been activated. Let's see if the state teacher of the Bronze Pillar country can win in one strike. Bagua Zhenming raised his eyebrows. A layer of earthen yellow energy appeared in his eyes. His pupils actually diverged, forming 2 overlapping pupils. Do Shanjun was naturally also concerned. He hurriedly used the clear eyes technique to look below the clouds. Inside the cave, Xiaohua sat with his eyes closed. The black bear spirit and the others were not beside him. Even Xiao Jian and the others were not around. Only Lu Yi, who was on his left, held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He calmly looked to his right. Wang Bianfei was standing there curiously, looking around the cave. Everything was new. Wang Bianfei. Xiaohua sat on the high platform. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei hurriedly retracted his gaze and replied with a bow. "Master will go out for a walk. You and your senior brother look after the door." Xiaohua stood up and said indifferently. Wang Bianfei did not dare to be negligent. He replied, "Yes, master." Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely seize the time to learn from senior brother. Disciple will be able to understand other people's words as soon as possible. Lu Yi at the side could not understand Xiaohua and Wang Bianfei's words. However, he could guess that Xiaohua was really reminding him. Sure enough, Xiaohua said to Lu Yi. "Master, please speak. You have to teach Wang Bianfei how to speak normally." Xiaohua said. "But, master." Lu Yi was in a difficult position. "I don't understand what Wang Bianfei is saying. He also doesn't understand what I'm saying. How can I teach him?" "I won't worry about this," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I've already taught him the qi refinement technique. If you want to know how to cultivate, you have to get it from him." Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes, master. I understand. In addition, call the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain into the formation. This old man has already expanded the array formation a little, it's enough for them to use." Xiaohua flew out of the immortal's cave. As he flew, he said, "All of you must not leave the formation during the battle. The great formation outside the Black Cloud Ridge is no small matter. Other than this old man, no one in the Black Cloud Ridge can resist this formation." "I understand." Lu Yi carefully followed Xiaohua out of the immortal's cave. Wang Bianfei was also quick-witted, following behind Lu Yi in small steps. Similarly, he was exceptionally well-behaved. Xiaohua walked out of the cavern, only to see that his eyes were filled with the color of blood. Bugle horns resounded from the horizon, and the neighs of war horses resounded simultaneously. The entire Black Cloud Ridge seemed to have turned into a bloody battlefield. This is getting interesting." Xiaohua looked around, only to see the thousands of demons and many soldiers in the Black Wind Ridge. Although they had a kind of curiosity on their faces, there was no panic in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they were extremely confident in themselves. Under the Black Wind Ridge, the subordinates of the Golden Eagle and White Lion entered the formation in groups in an orderly manner. There was no panic at all, they were all in good order. After Xiaohua finished watching, auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he directly flew into the air. The black bear spirit in the distance very considerately knelt on the ground and shouted, "This little one respectfully sends master off. I wish master a triumphant return." The black bear spirit's kneeling was not important, but the golden eagle, white lion, and the other demons all knelt down. This little one respectfully sends Master off. I wish Master a triumphant return. Their voices were like the sound of mountains, drifting in the black wind ridge. It was truly a spectacular sight. Looking at Xiao Hua's hand, it seemed like he wanted to summon thunder to boost his might. Unfortunately, the sky was filled with heavy clouds. Where could the lightning be produced? Rumble. Xiao Hua sneered. A green light appeared between his eyebrows, as if a deity was groaning. Layers of heavenly thunder immediately resounded above the black wind ridge, like the sound of war drums. Xiao Hua flew into the air, coldly looking at the place where the bugle horn came from, only to see that the horizon was crimson like blood. Layers of red clouds surged out, diffusing towards the entire sky. When Xiao Hua just stood still, there was no wind, but as the clouds moved, a gentle breeze blew up Xiao Hua's clothes. The black wind that just appeared stood straight in the wind, showing a kind of unyielding spirit. Woo! As if the sky changed, a kind of violent wind suddenly rose. Following the violent wind, the sound of the bugle horn became even louder, and then, a solemn and stirring chant floated over from the distance. Grape wine in a luminous cup, if you want to drink, the pipa immediately urges you. Lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? Golden vulture plume, embroidered with swallowtail arc alone to raise the new order. 1,000 camps cry out together. In the dark forest, the grass is frightened by the wind. The general draws his bow in the night. Looking for the white feather in the light, it is not among the stone ridges. Under the black moon, the wild goose flies high. Chanyu escapes in the night. Wanting to drive away the light cavalry, the heavy snow covers the bow and saber. Open the field, the fine banquet, the Chang tribe's congratulations are in full swing. Drunk in golden armor dance, the thunder agitates the mountains and rivers. Adjusting the arrow and calling the hawk, all of them are out of this world. Rushing fox will rush the pheasants, sweeping the ancient hills. 7 leaves of the pavilion, empty and clear in a corner. He is inscribed in the Chilan pavilion, only he is not famous. Along with the sound of the bugle horn that made people's blood boil, many large inscriptions fluttered in the air, and within those scarlet clouds, there was an awe-inspiring aura that came crashing down, condensing in front of these inscriptions. In just a short moment, blood-red warhorses were born. Not only that, the inscriptions flew high into the sky, condensing into a poem. Between each line of the poem, an awe-inspiring aura surged and overflowed, similarly condensing into several zhang-long spears. A chill, a smell of blood emerged from the warhorses that were about to gallop, pouncing towards Xiao Hua amidst the forest of sharp spears. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed, and said in a long voice, "It is often said that Confucian cultivators do not change their names, nor do they change their surnames. Now, this Xiao has already been standing here for a long time, and not a single person has shown themselves. This kind of shady behavior, what qualifications do you have to dare fight with this Xiao?" Humph. A Taoist remnant, unexpectedly speaking such arrogant words. A voice that was even louder than the sound of the bugle horn came from the blood-red warhorse. As soon as this voice came out, all the clouds rolled back, and then a celestial that seemed to be wearing blood-red armor slowly appeared from the void. This celestial was more than 200 feet tall, with a thin face, a hook-like nose, and a pair of eyes that flashed with a cold light. Looking from a distance, this person was wrapped in a Confucian robe embroidered with mountain and river patterns. Various mountain peaks and great rivers were faintly discernible on the Confucian robe. That dignified and vigorous aura was emitted from the Confucian robe, and outside the Confucian robe was a battle armor that protected his chest and back. The battle armor was like a baihan, with countless flashing inscriptions covering the celestial's chest and back, and a fierce beast head with a sharp horn on its head protecting the celestial's abdomen. Under the blood-red brilliance, countless strange runes flowed out from the battle armor, spreading along the torso to the celestial's limbs. Every time these runes flowed, countless small noble chi would be produced from the void, condensing into a spiral shape and falling on the celestial's skin. Looking at the celestial's hand again, it was holding a long spear. The spear was pitch black, without any luster, and the tip of the spear was without a sharp edge. It looked quite unfortunate. "Humph, who are you?" The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose slightly as he looked up at the giant flying over on a red cloud in the distance. "Who are you?" The giant shouted, "Since you're in front of the battle, how dare you not report your name?" With the giant's roar, a murderous aura rushed toward Xiao Hua from all directions. "Ha ha ha, asking without answering is rude. Speaking with a fierce voice is losing your mind. How can someone as disrespectful as you be a match for this Xiao?" Xiao Hua laughed, his whole body flashing with golden light. With a wave of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared from the space. His whole body slowly grew, and the wishful steel staff also grew. When it was about 200 feet long, Xiao Hua shouted, shaking the sky. "Dao Sect's Xiao Hua is here, who dares to fight?" Xiao Hua's aura was like a rainbow, and the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator soared into the sky. Not only did it push back the clouds in the sky, but it also rushed toward the giant like an avalanche. "This old man is the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State, Lingqinga. I've come specially to deal with you, a remnant of the Dao sect." Lingqinga also let out a loud roar and slapped his forehead. A golden light flashed above his head and a golden spear flew out, forcefully blocking Xiao Hua's oppressive aura. "Good. Lingqinga, let this Xiao see if you are qualified to fight with this Xiao." Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward Lingqinga. But before he could fly closer, Lingqinga's words almost made him faint from anger. Lingqinga swung his spear and retreated, coldly shouting, "This old man is the teacher of a state, how can I lower myself to fight with you? Let this old man see, if you are qualified to fight with this old man." "Damn it!" Xiao Hua was furious. He abandoned the flying technique and lightning flashed around his body. He wanted to use the Imperial Thunder Guard, but the lightning was annihilated as soon as it appeared. There was no lightning in the Confucian cultivator's array. Seeing Xiao Hua angry, Lingqinga laughed and chanted, "At night, I lie down and listen to the wind and rain. Iron horses and ice rivers enter my dreams. Generals, kill for this old man." Lingqinga chanted word by word. Pillars of qi that penetrated the heavens and the earth were born from the 5 brocade cloud diagram and suddenly rushed toward Xiao Hua. Following the command, the thousands of roaring blood-red horses behind Lingqinga broke free of their reins. At first, they were only the size of an ordinary horse, but when they rushed in front of Xiao Hua, they were dozens of feet long. They didn't seem to be inferior to Xiao Hua's Dharma body. Moreover, the momentum of the thousands of galloping horses cleansed Xiao Hua's nascent soul aura. What was special was that the thousands of galloping horses raised thousands of pillars of qi. These pillars of qi not only rushed to the sky, but also blasted toward the Black Cloud Mountain. The mountain that was originally filled with black clouds was instantly cleared. The pillars of qi hit the mountain peak, causing the mountain rocks to burst, trees to collapse, and the only river to be cut off. Chapter 35:13. Good, good, good. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed fiercely, and the staff in his hand became thicker and bigger. "I will let you know who is the real hero of this world. I will kill all your men. Let's see what else you can rely on to fight me." As he spoke, he waved the wishful steel staff and the pillar of great spirit that was heading towards Xiao Hua was immediately smashed into pieces. Although Xiao Hua's figure was huge, he was also very flexible. He did not resist the power of the Great Spirit Pillar. Instead, he borrowed the power of the Great Spirit Pillar. His figure flashed and he kicked the warhorse that was rushing towards him. Pung! There was a loud sound and the warhorse instantly turned into a red mist and dissipated in midair. Humph! Seeing Xiao Hua so brave, Lingqinga snorted. "You are just a child of the Dao sect. How can you be the enemy of my country? When you are exhausted, won't your bones become soft and your tendons become numb? How can you be my opponent?" Boom boom. Pillars of Aoran Chi were either half a foot in size or tens of feet in size. They all fell from the clouds in the sky, carrying an unconcealable heroic momentum. They wanted to kill Xiaohua, but Xiaohua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and moved through the pillars of Aoran Chi with ease. The pillars of Aoran Chi turned the entire black cloud ridge red, but Xiaohua was still unharmed. The blood-red warhorse was indeed as strong as an iron horse, but in front of Xiaohua, who was like a god, it was really fragile. Not only did the iron horse collapse under the punches and kicks, but when Xiaohua's wishful staff touched it, the iron horse also turned invisible. It seemed that Xiaohua was the nemesis of these iron horses. Breaking into the array was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, invincible. Ha ha ha. Beigo Jinming, who was high up in the clouds, laughed. He pointed at the tens of thousands of horses and said to Dou Shanjun, as you can see, the militarists have always relied on the power of the army. When they saw that a little cultivator from Dao's sect had good martial arts, they had no way to deal with him. It is really a disgrace to the face of the Confucian cultivators. Dou Shanjun knew that the dean of his academy and the imperial preceptor were not on good terms, so he just smiled and did not say much. Suddenly, Dou Shanjun's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Lord Chief, the imperial tutor seems to be using the golden dagger axe. Moreover, it seems like the immortal slaying crossbow and the god-slaying bow are hidden in this golden dagger axe. How insidious. There's falsehood in reality, and falsehood in falsehood. This is called trickery, and it's the way of the military." Beigo Jinming sneered. Didn't he rely on this to become the state preceptor? Sure enough, as soon as Beigo Jinming's words fell, thousands of golden spears emerged from the clouds in all directions, like a swarm of locusts flying towards Xiaohua. So noisy. Xiaohua shouted, "Don't you have any real methods? Just these little tricks to scratch this Zhao's itch, what does that count as?" As he spoke, Xiaohua didn't seem to care about these golden spears. He strode forward like a wolf in a flock of sheep and continued to chase after Leng Qingge. It can't be. Dou Shanjun was dumbfounded. He raised his hand and said, This Xiaohua actually didn't block the golden dagger axe arrow array?" Beigo Jinming also frowned and said in a low voice, "Daoist cultivators have a protective golden light. This Xiaohua's cultivation is at the 4th level of origin energy. I'm afraid he can block the golden dagger axe arrow array. But the immortal slaying crossbow and the god-slaying bow are precisely used to strangle the Daoist golden dagger axe arrow array." Dou Shanjun was puzzled. Beigo Jinming looked up and down at Dou Shanjun and said with a smile, "Shanjun, you know these secrets, but Xiaohua doesn't." Dou Shanjun shook his head slightly. The interest in his eyes was even stronger. He felt that Xiaohua was definitely not as simple as the chief said. Sure enough, pa. Like rain hitting banana leaves, hundreds of golden dagger axes densely hit Xiaohua's golden body. The other thousands of golden dagger axes brushed past Xiaohua's golden body and pierced into the black cloud ridge. Rumble. Bursts of intense sounds came from the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge that was trampled beyond recognition by the iron horse array was now ravaged again. The mountain peak collapsed, the mountain rocks were shattered, and smoke and dust flew in all directions. One could see the power of these golden dagger axes. However, these golden dagger axes that pierced Xiaohua's golden body were barely satisfactory. These golden dagger axes were really like raindrops. They only made Xiaohua's golden body tremble slightly and then slid down from the golden body. They were basically unable to pose any threat to Xiaohua's golden body. Pa. Under Xiaohua's disregard, another wave of golden dagger axes fell down. This time, Xiaohua slightly raised his eyebrows as if he was aware of the abnormality. However, he still ignored it and allowed the golden dagger axes mixed with the execution crossbow and the god-slaying bow to land on his body. Needless to say, the golden dagger axes were still useless. However, the execution crossbow and the god-slaying bow were different. When the crossbow pierced Xiaohua's golden body, thousands of inscriptions swarmed out and flashed with an intense light. They quickly tore apart the golden light of the golden body. A whirlwind that was sharper than a sharp awl emerged from the void and pierced Xiao Hua's golden body. Especially, the inscriptions on the god-slaying bow covered the golden body and annihilated the golden light. The incomparably sharp crossbow pierced deeply into Xiao Hua's body. Unfortunately, no matter how sharp these execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were, they were still mortal weapons. How could they pierce Xiao Hua's demon body that he spent countless efforts to refine? Hundreds of crossbows fell from Xiao Hua's golden body one after another, like the helpless thoughts of the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar country. Ling Qingge watched from afar with an extremely ugly expression. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so vigorous. Moreover, he was also a rare body cultivator in the Dao sect. Wasn't this kind of person with a copper head and iron arms the nemesis of his golden spears and iron horses? The defensive formation that he painstakingly laid down now seemed to have become the reason for Xiao Hua's fame. Humph. This old man wants to see how you will break through the siege of the golden spears and iron horses. However, Ling Qingge was also anxious. Inside the 5 brocade cloud diagram, the righteous qi was extremely abundant. Whether it was the golden dagger axes or the god-slaying bow, they were almost endless. Even if the execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were gone, just these alone could exhaust Xiao Hua's strength. Who knew that in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, old man Ling, so you only have so many tricks up your sleeve. Since you don't have anything new, then I will let you see this Xiao's tricks. As he spoke, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the seal of the overturning sea flew out. Wang wang. The entire 5 brocade cloud diagram didn't have any heaven and earth spiritual qi, but with a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, the seal of the overturning sea emitted an intense rumbling sound. In an instant, it expanded to more than 10 zhang. This Xiao Hua is too powerful. In the distance, Jiang Yuming's heart was also shocked. He whispered, until now, Ling Qingge has no more tricks up his sleeves. Only then did he take out the Dao sect's magical weapon. What he used to defeat Ling Qingge was only the Dao sect's insignificant Dao. Boom! Just as Jiang Yuming expected, when Xiao Hua's seal of the overturning sea appeared, the coiling dragon roared and rushed into the sky. Xiao Hua pointed his hand again and the seal instantly expanded to several mu in size. As the coiling dragon swooped down, it immediately smashed the 10,000 horses into powder. Old man Lang, your golden spear is only a so-so. Xiao Hua sneered, if you don't make a move, I will beat your disciples and grand disciples into minced meat. Looks like you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Come, this old man will fight you for 800 rounds. After being bullied by Xiao Hua to this extent, Ling Qingge could no longer retreat. He waved the Damascus steel spear in his hand and a series of sonic booms rang out, bringing with it numerous pillars of boundless qi that pierced towards Xiao Hua. Why would Xiao Hua be afraid of him? He waved the wishful steel staff and said excitedly, why would I need 800 rounds? If you can last 500 rounds in front of this Xiao will throw away his staff and fight to the death with you. When Ling Qingge heard this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. What kind of bet was throwing away his staff and fighting to the death? Even if you don't have your staff, don't you still have your magical weapon? But before Ling Qingge could say anything, the suffocating wind from the staff was already coming at his head. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Xiao Hua really overestimated Ling Qingge. Although Ling Qingge was a great general of the military school and could be considered a peak cultivator of the 4th level of origin energy, how could his strength be compared to Xiao Hua's? Moreover, the moves and boundless qi that Ling Qingge relied on were nothing in front of Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua had concealed his cultivation base to the nascent soul stage in order to not attract the special attention of the scholarly cultivators, after 100 rounds, Ling Qingge no longer dared to use his Damascus steel spear against Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. After another 10 or so exchanges, Ling Qingge was already stretched thin. Although Xiao Hua did not use any kind of confinement technique, Ling Qingge felt that his hands and feet were bound, and it was difficult for him to display even 50% of his martial skills. Leng Qingge was a little anxious in his heart. Thinking back to what he said before, Xiaohua really did rely on his own strength to resist the power of the bronze pillar state. If he continued to fight with him, he might really fall here. Thinking of this, Leng Qingge didn't hesitate to clap his hands. Boom! Golden light flashed above Leng Qingge's head, and the golden dagger axe that he had previously stored in his body rushed out again. A golden light suddenly appeared, and thousands of boundless qi followed the golden light and blasted towards Xiaohua. Moreover, where the golden dagger axe was, there was a piercing sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and directly into Xiaohua's body. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua was overjoyed. Seeing the blood-red color around Leng Qingge's body gradually disappear, and the bronze light around him flourished, how could he not know that Leng Qingge was about to use some kind of sword technique? Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hands. He simply gave up on the power of the flying sword and stretched out his nascent soul hand. He didn't digest it into a hand that was several mu in size, but only a few hundred feet in size. It firmly trapped the golden dagger axe. No matter how red Leng Qingge's face was, he couldn't move the golden dagger axe forward even half an inch. Just as Leng Qingge was about to be defeated by Xiaohua, a layer of blue cloud brocade fell from the sky like a rainbow, falling right in front of Xiaohua's nascent soul hand. From the brocade, thousands of wind, fire, and mountains rushed out to block Xiaohua's path. Chapter 35:14. Puff. The Yuanying's hand fell, and thousands of wind and fire mountains were crushed, turning into countless inscriptions dancing in the air. At the same time, the cloud brocade was also pulled down, turning into a mighty qi. Leng Qingge took advantage of this gap and hurriedly put away the golden dagger axe, turned around, and disappeared into the clouds. Hee, it turns out to be a battle of attrition. Xiaohua put away the Yuanying's hand and coldly looked at the cyan cloud brocade rapidly emerging from the sky. Like the previous crimson cloud, it covered the entire sky. He sneered. This Xiao thought that the Confucian cultivators were trustworthy people. Only Leng Qingge and this Xiao would fight, and no one else would intervene. Since the Confucian cultivators are so shameless, forget it, tell me your name. This one is Jiang Yuming. Jiang Yuming did not have a golden body of 20 feet. He appeared in the sky and faintly replied. The Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar country? This is really interesting. Xiaohua smiled as if he had seen his prey. He stretched out his finger and waved it a few times in the air. Have you washed your neck clean? This Xiao didn't look for you, and you actually dare to come and seek death? Xiaohua's behavior was tantamount to naked provocation and insult, but Jiang Yuming was not angry. He still faintly replied, the grudge between my Jiang family and you is a private grudge. The grudge between my Bronze Pillar country and your Jiang country is a national grudge. My Jiang family is now under the orders of the emperor to destroy the remnants of the Dao sect. It has nothing to do with my Jiang family's grudge. Hee, using official power for personal gain is actually said by you in such a dignified manner. This Xiao is really speechless. Xiaohua sneered and pointed with the wishful staff in his hand. I don't care what your reason is. Since you are here, leave your life. We haven't fought yet, who knows who will leave their life. Jiang Yuming raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of cyan qi. In the air, the cyan cloud brocade that had originally covered the entire sky suddenly lit up, and countless inscriptions emerged from the clouds. These inscriptions were either jumping, flying, or cruising. As these inscriptions danced, a deep voice emerged from the void. These voices were either rhythmic or disorderly, but between each word and sentence, all the inscriptions gradually had a rhythm. Oh! Isn't that the meaning of the 100-seed book array? Xiaohua looked doubtfully at the familiar array formation in front of him. He was very puzzled. He had used the green seal script to break the 100-child book array in the Copper Pillar Academy. How could this Jiang Yuming not know? Why did he have to use the Confucian cultivators' book array again and again? But in the sky, millions of inscriptions first condensed into sentences, and then gathered into articles. Pieces of articles floated in front of Xiaohua's eyes, and sounds of recitation came from the void. The entire 5-brocade cloud atlas was solemn, as if he had entered a school. Looking at the place where Jiang Yuming was previously, Jiang Yuming's figure had already disappeared. Similarly, there were many inscriptions violently churning. However, what these inscriptions condensed was not an article, but a human figure about the same size as Xiaohua. Xiaohua swept a glance over and understood that this was the so-called child, transformed from Jiang Yuming's true qi. The Z that could kill with words and poems. Boom. When the thousands of articles finally gathered together and condensed into books, 4 huge books flashing with blue light appeared in the sky. Wind. With a loud shout, the already formed character opened its mouth, and the first of the 4 books slowly opened. A gust of wind mixed with a clamorous sound rushed out from the book and rushed towards Xiaohua. Ha! Isn't this the method of my Taoist? You actually dare to show off in front of this Xiao. Xiaohua saw the hurricane coming and laughed loudly. He rubbed his hands, and rays of light flashed. In front of Xiaohua, 100 feet tall yellow earth shield blocked the hurricane. Woo! Woo! Bursts of wind like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves collided with the earth shield. The earth shield flashed with a faint brilliance, blocking the hurricane without any difficulty. However, Xiaohua, who was behind the earth shield, felt a little strange because the earth shield did not block all of the hurricane. Some of the wind still passed through the earth shield and blew on Xiaohua's body. At first, Xiaohua did not care, but as the impact of the hurricane became stronger, the earth shield's brilliance flashed rapidly, and the wind blowing on Xiaohua's body also became stronger. In particular, the woo-woo wind was mixed with a strange sound. At this time, Xiaohua already understood that it was actually some common words. These words were clearly some inscriptions that Xiaohua did not understand, but Xiaohua's heart became more and more agitated with this sound. As his agitation became more and more intense, a kind of bone-softening and numbing feeling came from the golden body. Xiaohua was shocked. He understood in his heart that his transcendence golden body was not simple. It was different from the transcendence golden body of the Buddhist sect. It was based on his physical body and was displayed using the heavenly laws embodiment of heaven and earth technique. Xiaohua was confident that this golden body could not be damaged by an ordinary flying sword. How could it be damaged by a simple hurricane? Boom! Just as Xiaohua was shocked, the earth shield that was as hard as iron and stone was destroyed by the hurricane. The wind whistled and drowned Xiaohua's golden body in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, thousands of noises, groans, curses, whispers, and all kinds of sounds fell into Xiaohua's ears. They entered both his ears and his heart. A kind of unconcealable agitation arose in Xiaohua's heart. This agitation made Xiaohua scratch his ears and his cheeks, not knowing what to do. The hurricane that blew away the earth shield fell on Xiaohua's golden body. Wisps of wind turned into inscriptions that were so fine that they could not be heard. Along with the fluctuation of Xiaohua's mood, they rushed into the golden body with this agitation. Boom! In just a moment, Xiaohua's golden body showed signs of collapsing. The surface began to scatter, rumble. Xiaohua was very anxious. A green light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The lightning flash and thunder roll technique was used. Layer after layer of lightning covered Xiaohua's golden body. The inscriptions that came in contact with the green seal text immediately disappeared into nothingness. The thousands of noises were also covered by the lightning at this time. As soon as the noises and the hurricane disappeared, Xiaohua's golden body immediately stabilized. His heart also became clear. Granny, what kind of hurricane is this? What is this sound? Why is it so strange? Xiaohua took advantage of this gap to think quickly. Why am I so agitated? While Xiaohua was thinking, the coverage of the lightning flash and thunder roll technique increased. Not only did it cover the 4 books, but it also covered the book statue. These books and book statues all melted under the green seal text. However, these books were different from the ones in the Copper Pillar Academy. The green inscriptions between the clouds seemed to be endless. The amount of green seal text that melted was immediately replenished by the clouds. The speed was several times faster than the green seal text. Seeing this, Xiaohua finally understood Jiang Yuming's plan. He was now trapped in the formation. No matter how many green seal text characters there were, they couldn't compare to this Confucian cultivator's defensive formation. Their naturally wasn't afraid of being destroyed. It seems that if I don't understand why this hurricane is making me agitated, I'm afraid it won't be easy to get out of this situation. Xiaohua frowned slightly. In his mind, he recalled the reason why he was agitated just now. Wasn't it because of those noises? Thinking of this, Xiaohua closed his ears. However, even if he couldn't hear those noises, they still drilled into Xiaohua's heart like little insects. It was like a shrew cursing in the street. Even if you didn't want to hear it, those unpleasant words still fell into your ears and even attracted your attention. Gossips? Rumors and groundless gossip? Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to understand something. He thought to himself, these Confucian cultivators use words to establish their divine abilities. How can their wind be the same as the Taoist sect's wind? This wind is made up of words and carries a kind of awe-inspiring aura. The power is only on the surface, the words are still in the bones. These words move people's hearts. Xin once said that the 5 Qis unification is to cultivate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Isn't this Confucian cultivator's secret offensive technique the 5 Qis? The Confucian cultivator's wind is more focused on attacking the heart. As long as the Taoist sect's cultivator's Tao heart isn't pure and hasn't broken free from the bonds of the mortal world, they'll definitely fall into their trap. Confucian cultivators, oh Confucian cultivators, they're really scheming. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed and sang, my heart is clear, my will is righteous, I wish my heart to face heaven and earth, why should I be afraid of others' rumors? My body is stone, my body is gold, I wish my body to stand in heaven and earth, I'm not afraid of others' rumors. My heart can accommodate heaven and earth, all things in heaven and earth are in my thoughts, my body can accept glory, my liver and gallbladder can be bright. Along with Xiaohua's laughter, the sound of lightning and thunder stopped. The Buddha's relics in Xiaohua's Naiwan palace formed the Akala seal and sat upright. In his middle dantian, the 3-colored heavenly heart protected his 5 viscera and 6 bowels and slowly rotated. The nascent soul in his lower dantian also calmly cultivated. It was like he was strong, he was strong, he was strong, he was strong. It was also strange. Xiaohua's thoughts were clear and he wasn't afraid of 100 disasters. Although the wind was fierce and the rumors still entered his ears, Xiaohua didn't listen to them. He was like an indomitable man, he was independent and couldn't be shaken by the so-called rumors and rumors. His heart was calm and his body was firm. The hundreds of millions of inscriptions attacked Xiaohua's golden body. The golden body's light alternated between bright and dark without any signs of dimming. Instead, the golden light became more and more tenacious, as if Xiaohua was tempering his body. Hiss! How is this possible? High up in the sky, the heads of the Jiang family's children appeared with true energy to support the child, in midair. When they saw Xiaohua actually break the wind formation in such a short time, they were all stupefied. The most powerful element of the Jiang families, wind, forest, fire, and mountain, was the wind. Who knew how many cultivators couldn't see through this, rumors and slanders, and their mental state was destroyed by the waves. Words could kill people, but those that could kill themselves were just slanders. If one's mental state wasn't really bright and wasn't hurt by the world's rumors, who could escape this heart-destroying wind? Xiaohua was actually able to stand in the face of the wind. It was really too inconceivable. Chapter 35:15. This Xiaohua really has some tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Yuming's expression was still indifferent as he said, however, he was able to set up a blood steel and seven suns temple and bring the old Taoist's corpse into the academy alone. He is a brave person, so it's normal for him to be able to dodge the wind array. Let's activate the forest array. Let him see how powerful we are. Following Jiang Yuming's words, the huge Z in the sky once again stretched out its hand and opened the second book. Swish swish swish. From the book, droplets of emerald green light flew out like raindrops, instantly covering the entire sky. Every green dot was a slowly rotating inscription. Humph. Xiaohua sneered, what kind of dirty trick is this? Obviously, since the Confucian cultivator could even use rumors, in Xiaohua's eyes, there was no trick that he couldn't use. After Xiaohua's cold snort, the hurricane swept the green dots towards Xiaohua's golden body. How could Xiaohua let these green dots get close to him? He rubbed his hands together, but the space within a few feet around him gave off a golden light, as if a golden glass was protecting Xiaohua. Hoo hoo hoo. Xiaohua's golden light was covered by these green dots in the wind. Then, the green dots began to expand, and countless tiny inscriptions gushed out from each green dot. At the same time, there was a mighty aura falling from the green clouds, and these inscriptions could be seen expanding with the naked eye. Gotcha! Xiaohua's golden light was not without cracks, and the green dots that fell from the cracks now turned into inscriptions, destroying the restriction in an instant. Damn it, this is also possible? Xiaohua cursed in his heart, and he was just about to urge his magic power once more. However, before he could move, he saw strings of inscriptions grow like clumps of tree branches within the entire grand formation. The roots and branches intertwined with each other, and they covered the heavens and the earth with the intention of imprisoning Xiaohua. Oh, this Xiao understands. Seeing this, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of jade talismans flew out. Rumble. Bursts of fireballs exploded nearby. These huge fireballs not only blew up the newly born branches, but also followed the direction of the inscriptions and swallowed the other inscriptions. Damn it! Jiang Yuming, who had always been calm, suddenly jumped up and said anxiously, This is the fire talisman that blew up Qin Qingyu's arm. So that fire talisman was refined by Xiaohua. Before Jiang Yuming could recover from his shock, he saw Xiaohua open his mouth, and a cauldron fell into the air. Xiaohua cast seals, and the cauldron expanded to hundreds of feet in size. Woo! Thousands of fire crows flew out of the cauldron. These fire crows whistled and rushed to the forest-shaped prison in the sky. Rumble. Rumble. All the inscriptions around the fire crows were burned. The forest array that was about to seal the entire space collapsed in an instant. The Tao sex treasure is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yuming sat down absent-mindedly. He looked at his senior brothers and granduncles, who also looked unfriendly. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. That's right, even though the Tao sex treasures were extraordinarily powerful, what was behind this extraordinariness? Xiaohua fought against all his disciples by himself. His spiritual power was unfathomable. Suddenly, Jiang Yuming understood something. The king of the Bronze Pillar country set up such a large defensive array in the Black Cloud Ridge with the intention of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Wasn't Xiaohua the same at this time? With the ability Xiaohua showed at this time, he was afraid that before the array was activated, or even at the beginning, he could destroy the array. Why wait until now? Xiaohua revealed his Dharma body and stood there calmly, countering each move as it came. It was as if the bamboo in his heart had already grown long ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuming's heart immediately turned cold, but at this moment, an old Confucian next to him said angrily, Quick, activate the fire array. Let's take advantage of this guy's complacency and let him taste the power of our Confucian cultivator's fire. It's hard to stop halfway. Let's wait until after this battle. Jiang Yuming felt bitter in his heart, but since it had already come to this, how could he stop? Thus, Jiang Yuming gathered his thoughts and focused on fighting the enemy. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua activated the cauldron and used the Samadhi true fire to destroy all the forest arrays, he was about to show off his power again and activate the flames to burn the 4 scrolls. Boom! The huge Z raised his hand and the 3rd scroll opened. Flames poured out from the scroll like a rain of fire falling from the sky. Huh? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. This Xiao is activating the flames, why are they still using fire to attack? However, the fire of the 5 brocade cloud painting was different from Xiao Hua's fire. The color of the fire was light green, and countless inscriptions flowed within the flames. Waves of noble qi rushed into the flames. This green flame did not mix with Xiao Hua's samadhi true fire. When the 2 touched, they even passed through. Damn it, what kind of fire is this? Xiao Hua could be considered a cultivator who had seen the origin of fire. Whether it was the samadhi true fire or the 2-colored spiritual fire, they were all flames that were hard to find in the world. However, he still could not understand what kind of fire this green flame was. Because the flames had already reached his body, the golden light protecting his body could not stop them. Although the sky was filled with a rain of fire, Xiao Hua did not feel the heat of the flames at all. Xiao Hua hurriedly rubbed his hands, and several rays of light appeared. Layers of imprisonment appeared in the space near the golden body. However, the flames seemed to be formless, and simply ignored the imprisonment, and fell down with a whoosh. Moreover, what made Xiao Hua shocked was that the closer the flame got to him, the faster it flew towards him. Especially when the flame passed through the imprisonment, it almost instantly rushed into his golden body. What made Xiao Hua lose his head out of fear was that after the first wisp of flames entered his golden body, the second wisp, the third wisp, and even more wisps of flames were like 100 birds returning to their nest. In an instant, they crossed the space barrier and rushed into Xiao Hua's golden body. Good. An old scholar behind Jiang Yuming clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Great success, this child is crippled." Jiang Yuming's heart clearly relaxed. He naturally knew how powerful the heart fire of the Wind Forest Fire Mountain was. This fire looked like fire, but in reality, it was not fire. It was the fire in the cultivator's heart. All magic power and divine abilities were useless against it. If one could not stop the heart fire before it entered the heart, as long as the heart fire entered the body, it would ignite the fire in the cultivator's heart. It would burn from the inside out. Even a 9th grade essence power would not be able to escape. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Yuming's heart relaxed, he saw the flames filling the sky instantly turn into fireflies and rush into Xiao Hua's golden body. Xiao Hua was flustered, as if he wanted to use some divine ability to stop it, but unfortunately, not even a wisp of flame could stop it. However, all the flames that entered Xiao Hua's body did not give birth to heart fire. The internal burning fire that Jiang Yuming and the others were hoping for did not appear. Even Xiao Hua himself lowered his head and looked at his golden body in confusion. This. What's going on now? Jiang Yuming and the others were dumbfounded. After a moment, Xiao Hua seemed to have realized something. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Jiang Yuming, your Jiang family has gone against the tide and harmed the common people. Now, even the heavens are not helping you. Just wait and wash your necks. Let me chop off your heads. How is this possible? An old scholar was trembling all over. He did not dare to believe his eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else can we say? Jiang Yuming had already regained his composure. He said in a low voice, "Let's see the last mountain array." All right, that old scholar also gritted his teeth. I don't believe that this child can resist the 100 seedlings by himself. As he spoke, the green sea of clouds rolled again. That child raised his hand, and the last scroll opened. The smile on Xiao Hua's face did not fade. He did not know the origin of the heart fire, but when his mind fell on his middle dantian, he saw that the crimson heart of the heavens was unusually dazzling. Many flames that rushed into his golden body disappeared after entering it. He already understood that this fire was the fire of the heart and lungs. It was one of the 5 elements. Rather than saying that the flames that filled the sky fell into his golden body because of the power of the array, it was more accurate to say that they were attracted by the crimson heart of the heavens. If he had not obtained the heart of the heavens, he was afraid that there would be some trouble. Let's see what the fourth scroll is. Xiao Hua was full of confidence. He raised his head and looked at the sky. When the last scroll opened, the entire sky was shaking. Whether it was the wind or the forest, they all disappeared and turned into specks of fireflies. Endless chi of righteousness crisscrossed the entire space. Inside the scroll, an inscription the size of a thumb appeared. All the surrounding inscriptions let out a deafening chanting sound and condensed toward this inscription. The 4 scrolls also flashed with a green brilliance and rapidly enlarged. In the roar of the entire space, everything condensed into a huge 4-sided mountain. The 4 scrolls flew to the 4 sides of the huge mountain and turned into 4 large words. It was Mountain of Literature and Sea of Words. Fall. Z angrily roared from the horizon. Both of his hands produced a cyan-colored cloud brocade and slammed it on the huge mountain. The huge mountain issued a rumbling sound as it fell down towards Xiao Hua's head. Seeing the endless pressure coming from the giant mountain, the suffocating atmosphere was incomparably heavy. Xiao Hua was not surprised, but happy. Ha ha ha. He laughed a few times. He did not take out the wishful staff. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands. The spiritual power of the whole body surged, and the power of the secret sex Buddhist seal rushed out with the power of the mountain. Boom. Xiao Hua waved his hands, and a golden light overflowed. It was not clear whether it was the golden light of the Taoist sect or the Buddhist sect. Everyone only felt that their eyes were bright, and then there was a loud noise that shook the entire space. Xiao Hua's golden light was like a demon god that could split heaven and earth. With his hands, the seemingly indestructible mountain of literature and sea of words collapsed. Whether it was the scrolls or the words, they all turned into inscriptions. Moreover, under the huge shock, these inscriptions turned into righteous chi. Puff puff puff. In the sky, Jiang Yuming and the others vomited blood. The child statue could no longer support itself and collapsed. The true chi in everyone's chest was swallowed back. Whether it was Jiang Yuming or the others, they had never recovered from the shock. They knew that Xiao Hua was a body cultivator, but they never thought that a cultivator could cultivate his strength to such a level. The wind, forest, fire, and fire scattered. The Jiang family of the Bronze Pillar country was completely defeated. Chapter 35:16. Ding Dong. The moment the sea of words collapsed, 2 clear zither sounds came from the void. 2 faint blue flowers bloomed in the sky. These flowers seemed to be too weak to withstand a gust of wind. They looked especially pitiful against the blue cloud brocade. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing the petals into the air. Whoosh. It was also as if the autumn rain was sprinkling down with flying petals, covering the entire sky. Ding dong ding dong. It was as if an orphan girl was sighing in disappointment. A few more zither sounds came and a woman wearing a palace dress slowly appeared at the end of the blue cloud brocade. Who are you? Xiao Hua was an emotional person, so these few zither sounds made him a bit sad. He unconsciously stopped and asked. The woman stood on the cloud brocade. Her whole body was covered by the cloud brocade. One could only vaguely see her palace dress and figure, but not her appearance. The woman landed not far from Xiao Hua and bowed. This concubine is by Hou Yuqin. I am in charge of the water brocade diagram of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Fellow immortal Xiao is very powerful and easily passed through 2 formations. This concubine had no choice but to come out and greet you. 5 brocade cloud diagram? Xiao Hua frowned and slightly nodded. I am very happy that fellow immortal Xiao can tell me the name of this formation. However, why don't you reveal your appearance? Wouldn't this fall into minor ascension again? Hee, fellow immortal Xiao is a gentleman. This concubine respects you very much. Bai Hou Yuqin laughed and said, this concubine originally didn't want to be fellow immortal Zhao's enemy. However, this concubine is a citizen of the Bronze Pillar country. When the country is in danger, this concubine has no choice but to face it head-on and use this water brocade diagram to fight fellow immortal Zhao. Of course, fellow immortal Zhao is very powerful and this concubine knows that she is no match for him. Thus, this concubine will play a song here. As long as fellow immortal Zhao can hear the end of the song, this concubine will leave. This concubine has done her duty and won't dare to make things difficult for fellow immortal Zhao. However, once this concubine's appearance is seen by fellow immortal Zhao, this concubine's rain bell will lose some of its power. That's why I didn't dare to reveal myself. Please forgive me, fellow immortal. Bai Ho's zither retreated in order to advance. He clearly explained his difficulties and also explained that he used his zither to subdue the enemy. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and smiled. Fellow immortal Bai Ho is right. You and I are enemies today, so there's no need to be merciful. Just use whatever means you have. This Xiao will naturally listen attentively and appreciate the wonders of fellow immortal zither music. Fellow immortal, please. Bai Ho Yuqin slightly bowed and sat down. She waved her hand and a green brocade appeared out of thin air like a zither table. Bai Ho Yuqin placed the zither on the table and whispered, "I'll begin." Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as light flowed around his body. The golden light slowly shrunk and returned to its normal size. Then, he placed his arms behind his back and looked at Bai Ho Yuqin indifferently. Ding dong. Two simple sounds from the zither caused the entire formation to become silent. Xiao Hua's heart jumped twice as if he was enchanted by the zither music. Xiao Hua frowned. Xiao Hua frowned. At this moment, the sound of a zither slowly flowed out from the brocade clouds in the sky. Along with the sound of the zither, inscriptions appeared on the brocade clouds under the zither. These inscriptions danced and flowed along with the sound of the zither and quickly spread across the entire sky. In the originally dark green sky, the inscriptions intersected with each other rhythmically. Wisps of awe-inspiring qi gushed out. Gradually, these inscriptions began to transform. The night sky appeared, the stars dotted the sky, and the crescent moon hung in the sky. Not only that, willows began to appear on the left side of Xiao Hua. On the side of the willows, there was a river flowing out. On the river, there was a river boat. On the river boat, there was a boatman standing at the bow of the boat, seemingly looking at the mountain range. The swaying willow branches were like the graceful figure of a beauty, but also like the lonely mood of a beauty. Between the willow leaves, there was a pavilion with a small bridge. Inside the pavilion, a beauty and a young master seemed to be standing facing each other, but also seemed to be hugging each other and crying. At this moment, a sad but beautiful voice came from the zither music. The cicadas are mournful, facing the pavilion at night. The rain has just stopped. The tent at the gate is empty, reluctant to leave. The orchid boat is activated. Holding hands, looking at tearful eyes, speechless. Thoughts go to 1,000 miles of smoke. The evening mist is heavy, Chu Tianqua. Hiss. Xiao Hua had always been on guard ever since Bai Ho started playing the zither. However, despite the myriad of illusions, the sound of the zither didn't cause any abnormalities. Even his heart, which he was paying attention to, didn't suffer any attacks. However, when this sad but beautiful voice came out, the illusions before his eyes began to change. The willow trees, the pavilion, and the night scene all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by a vast ocean. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman on the beach looking at him. That woman's eyes were filled with reluctance, love, and determination. Shue shue. Xiao Hua knew that this was an illusion, but he couldn't help but call out in his heart. This was the sorrow of cultivators. As long as it was an ordinary person, they might see another person in their dreams. However, cultivators rarely slept. Even if it was a short rest, how could there still be dreams? Although Xiao Hua missed Shue Shue in his heart and could see the netherworld lotus at any time in the dark side of the space, if he wanted to see Shue Shue's appearance, He could only see it in his own memories. And this memory, even if Xiao Hua's divine ability was strong, he couldn't force it to stay. As time passed, it gradually dimmed. Now that he suddenly saw Xue Xue alive, how could Xiao Hua not be moved? How could he bear to break this illusion? Husband. Xue Xue's voice was mournful. This concubine really wants to be husband's wife. Xiao Hua's heart ached. An indescribable guilt spread out. He reached out his hand to grab Xue Xue's hand. The scene before his eyes changed again. It was Xue Xue holding the pink jade slip. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable bitterness. She said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, this is what this concubine wants to tell you. However, this is a secret. In the future, you'll know when you see it." Xiao Hua's heart shrank even more. At that time, he was so ignorant. He didn't know that what Xue Xue gave him was her heart. What she gave him was her most precious life. Guilt involuntarily arose. Thinking about what he owed Xue Xue, Xiao Hua was almost willing to give up everything he had in exchange for Xue Xue's life. The illusions changed again. The palace of the Misty Mountain appeared in front of him. The pitiful Xue Xue was lying in his arms. Her sweet sleeping face was full of tears. Those tears soaked his clothes. Xiao Hua's eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Yes, the careless him actually thought that it was the saliva of the sleeping Xue Xue. However, he never thought that the Xue Xue in the dream was still heartbroken. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. This was the only feeling Xiao Hua had. The sound of Bai Ho's zither was still echoing in his ears. Xiao Hua clearly knew that this was an illusion. However, he couldn't bear to shatter this illusion. He would rather be intoxicated in this illusion. He would rather use his own safety in exchange for a chance to meet Xue Xue. This was nothing more than drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Inside the great array, Xiao Hua's body was surrounded by a green brocade. The green true energy in the brocade was like a needle piercing into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua's body was originally flickering with a golden light, but it only flashed for a moment. It was as if Xiao Hua had stopped it. In the entire space, besides the sound of the zither, there was also sorrow. This sorrow was even heavier than the green brocade. Time slowly passed. The brocade that previously only surrounded Xiao Hua's body gradually filled the entire great array. Although the sound of the zither was still clear, it was also somewhat slow. The singing voice was also tactful and long. Sentimental since ancient times, the sorrow of parting is even greater. How can the autumn festival be neglected? Tonight, where will I wake up from my drunken stupor? The willow bank with the morning breeze and waning moon. This time, after many years, should be a good time in name only. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, who will tell? Gradually, the song dissipated and the clouds parted. Although her appearance could be considered beautiful, she was still unable to resist the corrosion of time. The woman's face was already covered in frost. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted. There wasn't a trace of happiness in her victory. Instead, there was a trace of unhappiness from losing her heart. "Congratulations, Fairy Bai Ho." A clear voice came from the distant horizon. It was the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar country, Lengqinga, who was previously injured by Xiao Hua. Bai Ho shook her head slightly and said, "Young Master Leng, according to the agreement, this is the last time I will serve the country. In the future, if there is another battle like this, don't look for me. Hee, Fairy is too sentimental." Lengqinga's figure had already recovered. He looked like a handsome old man. He didn't come forward and just laughed from afar. This child is a remnant of the Dao sect. You saw it just now. His methods are powerful. This old man and the Jiang family are not his opponents. If you don't subdue him, I'm afraid the people of the hidden immortal continent will be plunged into misery and suffering again. Today's battle is a great merit and should be rewarded by the country's monarch for getting rid of a scourge for us Confucian cultivators. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Bai Ho Yuqin waved her hand. Clang clang. Two sounds of zither rang out. The woman coldly said, "Young Master Leng's heart has long lost its rhythm. Now, only killing is left. Young Master's state of mind is no longer the same as before. You can only see the blood on this child, but you can't see the tenderness in this child's heart. This kind of cultivator who is aware of the illusion, whose heart is as clear as a mirror, but who is unwilling to erase the thoughts in his heart, how can he set off endless killing? In my opinion, if we didn't force him, he might not have fought. Forget it, forget it." Lengchinga didn't want to argue with Bai Ho Yuqin. Hearing this, he waved his hand and laughed. "Who cares if he is gentle or not? I don't care if he can set off 1,000 feet sea of blood. We only need to capture him and send him to the front of the palace. The country's monarch will deal with him." But at this moment, a faint voice sounded again. "Who can bring this Shao to the front of the palace?" "Lengchinga, is that you? Why don't you come in front of this Shao? Are you afraid that this Shao will kill you on the spot?" Lengchinga turned pale with fright and said anxiously, You. Chapter 35:17. You. Bai Ho Yuqin was even more surprised than Lengchinga. She looked at Xiao Hua, who was completely wrapped in the green brocade, with disbelief. Following Xiao Hua's voice, hundreds of golden lights that were even more brilliant than sunlight shot out from the green brocade. Xiao Hua's imposing figure slowly appeared. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. His eyes were filled with a kind of relaxed and free spirit. When Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at Bai Ho Yuqin, he smiled and said, "I've finally seen Fairy's appearance. This refined temperament really complements your zither music. This Shao has learned a lot from listening to your music. Thank you very much." As he spoke, Xiao Hua slightly bowed. "I don't dare." Bai Ho Yuqin stopped being surprised and hurriedly returned the bow. Xiao Hua used his gaze to look at Lengchinga in the distant sky and said indifferently, "However, Fairy Bai Ho said it well. When the music ends, the person ends. This Shao should have won this battle, right?" Lengchinga saw Xiao Hua's sword-like gaze and waved her hand. The brocade rose and disappeared again. Bai Ho Yuqin said helplessly, "Fellow immortal Shao has already won. This concubine's technique is only child's play in your eyes. This concubine has really made a fool of herself." Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. "Fellow immortal is wrong. Fellow immortal's technique is miraculous. Fellow immortal's method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better hit this Zhao's weak spot. This Zhao's performance was not as pretentious as fellow immortal thought. This Xiao also had no intention of luring Lengchinga into a trap." When Bai Ho Yuqin heard this, her face lit up and she said with a smile, "So that's how it is. This concubine is very happy. If the person in this concubine's eyes is also a scheming person, this concubine can only be disappointed in the people of this world." At this point, Bai Ho Yuqin hesitated and asked, "However, this concubine is a bit puzzled." Mr. had already fallen into the illusion and was unable to extricate himself. "How could you easily escape now?" It's very simple. Because this world has its own cycle of reincarnation. Life is death, death is life. Although death makes people feel sad, this death is also the beginning of a new life. If we cultivators only set our sights on death, how can we escape the cycle of reincarnation? Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and replied with a smile, "Moreover, the thing of love is something that exists. Regardless of whether it's time, separation, or life and death, it can't be erased. Perhaps the person is gone, but the love will always be there." Bai Ho Yuqin was beaming with joy as she listened. She stood up and respectfully saluted Xiao Hua. "This concubine has received your teachings. Many thanks for Gongzi's guidance." "Ugh." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "It can't be considered guidance. It's just that this Zhao's situation is rather special, so it's easy for him to understand." Comprehending is comprehending, comprehending is comprehending, comprehending is comprehending, there is no reason. Bai Ho Yuqin said with a smile, after today's battle, I would like to invite young Master Ling Yuanya to accompany me. This concubine will play the zither and wait for you. Alright, it's a deal. Xiao Hua said with a straightforward smile. However, Bai Ho Yuqin smiled bitterly, although young lord has passed this mistress test, there are still many more difficulties to come. Moreover, this mistress still has to. Xiao Hua didn't wait for her to finish speaking. He waved his hand with a smile and said, there's no need to say anything more. Inside the formation, we're mortal enemies. It's the good fortune of 3 lifetimes for this Xiao to have such a straightforward and upright opponent like fellow immortal. Many thanks for Gongzi's understanding. Bai Ho Yuqin slightly saluted. She stroked the zither in her hand, and a cheerful zither sound rang out. At the same time her figure disappeared, a bright yellow cloud brocade appeared from all 4 sides of the sky and rolled towards Xiao Hua's location. Xiao Hua understood that this must be the 4th transformation of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. He took a deep breath, and the primordial spirit in his middle dantian activated the 5 qi unifications technique. He slowly absorbed the noble qi from the great formation, and combined it with the true qi he absorbed from the heavenly heart to temper his lungs, heart and spleen. At his kidneys, a sharp pain caused him to involuntarily frown. Bai Ho Yuqin's sound attack was very powerful. In fact, Xiao Hua was already injured, and under his own perseverance, he had already fallen into an illusion. However, just as Xiao Hua said, Xue Xue wasn't truly dead. Xue Xue's death in exchange for true eternal life was enough for Xiao Hua to escape from the illusion created by Bai Ho Yuqin. Although Xiao Hua managed to escape, he also paid a great price. This sound attack's damage to his kidneys was far greater than that of the Profound Water Palace's puppet. Xiao Hua didn't have Xion's origin replenishing pill, so he could only wait until after the battle to find an opportunity to heal. Roar. A loud roar rang out. Before the bright yellow brocade could completely envelop the sky, a red-faced brawny man with flames burning all over his body, riding a strange demon beast, emerged from the depths of the brocade. His aura was monstrous. This burly man was over 10 feet tall and was wearing a bright yellow armor. This armor was similar to ordinary armor, but it was engraved with fire patterns. The flames around the burly man's body came from these fire patterns. The brawny man had round eyes and a wide mouth. His yellow eyebrows were like 2 brooms, and his yellow eyes flickered with flames. His expression couldn't be seen. The brawny man's demon beast looked somewhat similar to the light beast, but it had no horns on its head and no scales on its body. Only wisps of flames were expanding and contracting as if they were breathing. Even the ground under its feet was covered in flames. The flames were like flowing tassels. Seeing this, Xiao Hua smiled. Not to mention whether these flames were common in the Taoist sect, even if they were the invisible flames of a Confucian cultivator, why would he be afraid? Hey, the brawny man flew closer, raised his hand, and pointed at Xiao Hua. I'm West Bohong from Shallow Moon Ridge. Are you the Taoist sect's Xiao Hua? The Xiao Hua who set up the Blood Steel and 7 Sons Monastery? I am indeed the Taoist sect's Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered. I've already broken through 3 layers of the formation. Could it be that Taoist West doesn't know? Ha ha ha, good. I'm Ling Qingga's good friend. I didn't plan to help him before. Shi Buohong laughed heartily. However, when I heard about your actions in the Copper Pillar country, I was curious. I even personally went to the 7 Sons Monastery. The words written on the blood steel are still vivid in my mind. To be able to fight with a warrior like you is my long-cherished wish. Come, come, come. Let me see if you have the strength to set up the blood steel. Let me see if you're worthy of me coming all the way here. Damn it. Xiao Hua couldn't help but curse in his heart. With one look, I can tell that this guy is a heartless thing. Since he admires me, he shouldn't be helping the evildoer. Now that you want to fight with me, do you think I'll still remember your kindness? Seeing West Bohong controlling the monster, waving his bare hands, the righteous Qi stirred up thousands of fire pillars. There was also an endless sea of fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Xiaohua. The indescribable heat and the suffocating strength were more powerful than 10 fire-controlling cultivators. Xiaohua sneered. If other attacks had this kind of power, Xiaohua would have to be on guard. However, in the face of fire-controlling technique, Xiaohua didn't feel any pressure at all. If he was afraid of fire, how many people in the world wouldn't be afraid of fire? With a thought, Xiaohua waved his hands and displayed the fire-controlling technique. Sure enough, the surrounding flames slightly jumped, and then the flames suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. They danced a bit more lively than before. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed. Looking at the flickering inscriptions in the flames, he waved his hands and several fire pillars were like fire dragons. They circled around his body for a moment and then rushed towards West Buhong. West Buhong's red face was also surprised. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be able to control the flames in the 5 brocade cloud painting. However, since he was already here, what else could he do? The surprise only lasted for a moment. The flames in West Buhong's eyes jumped crazily. The flames around his body also soared to the sky. Between the waves of his hands, fireballs appeared out of thin air. They roared and rushed towards Xiaohua's fire dragons. Rumble. This battle was completely different from the previous one. The sound of explosions shook the sky, like thousands of volcanoes erupting. The entire area within dozens of miles of the battle was shaking. The flames in the sky were monstrous and thick smoke was rolling. The black cloud ridge was covered with scarlet flames. If Xiaohua's capital star array wasn't on the ridge, the entire Black Wind Ridge would have been scorched red long ago. See. Not to mention Lengqinga, even Do Shanjun, who understood Xiaohua, sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength that Xiaohua displayed was really too different from before. Do Shanjun was very clear about West Buhong's strength. If he had the help of the 5 brocade cloud painting, Do Shanjun wasn't sure how strong West Buhong could be. But even so, Xiaohua was still able to fight him as an equal. This made Do Shanjun feel even more incredulous than when Xiaohua defeated Lengqinga. After all, Xiaohua relied on the golden body of a body cultivator to deal with Lengqinga. Do Shanjun had already seen Xiaohua's immense strength. At this moment, Xiaohua's magic power was boundless. Do Shanjun couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sir Beigua Zhenming of the Copper Pillar Academy. Beigua Zhenming's eyes were also filled with shock. It was obvious that their previous worries had come true. If Xiaohua had this kind of magic power 100 days ago, Beigua Zhenming would be the one to run away. While Do Shanjun and the others were still in shock, the 5 brocade cloud painting underwent a new change. Xiaohua waved his hand and dozens of fire talismans flew into the air. These fire talismans didn't immediately explode. Instead, they followed the fire dragons and landed 100 feet away from West Buhong. It was a kind of magic array that trapped West Buhong. Xiaohua sneered, "Fellow immortal, pay attention." Xiaohua formed a seal in his hand, and the dozens of fire talismans exploded at the same time. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and dozens of fireballs rushed towards Shi Buhong like dragons playing with pearls. Roar! Xiaohua's mastery of formations had already reached the acme of perfection. The fire talisman was even more so. At this moment, even if Shi Buhong wanted to dodge, he couldn't. However, 2 fire pearls suddenly flew out from his eyes. At the same time, the fire beast below him also roared loudly. A basket-sized yaocore flickered and spat out. Chapter 35:18. Swoosh. The 3 fire pearls immediately formed a triangle and protected Shi Buhong in the middle. Rise, rise, rise. Shi Buhong roared 3 times. 3 masses of noble spirit rushed out from the void near the 3 fire pearls. With a boom sound, the 3 fire pearls were ignited. Immediately after, the 3 fire pearls exploded even more violently than the fire talismans. Boom boom, woo-woo. The 2 intense waves of fire quickly collided together, emitting a whimpering sound like a hurricane. Moreover, the flames mixed with the golden brocade soared into the sky like a gale, blowing Xiao Hua, who was in the distance, to the point that his figure swayed. Xiao Hua was already like this, how good could Shi Buhong be? Admittedly, the 3 fire pearls exploded around him, reducing the impact of the fire talismans. However, under the violent pressure of the waves of fire, he was like a scarecrow standing under the sea breeze. Kacha! A series of crisp sounds rang out. The flames around Shi Buhong's body were immediately extinguished. The fire armor on his body instantly cracked and flew out from the waves of fire. In a moment it was unknown where he was swept away. It was also at this moment that Xiao Hua caught sight of Shi Buhong's true body. His body did not have much flesh and bones, and his skeleton-like face emitted a faint golden glow. His eyes, in particular, were pitch-black holes. There were no eyeballs at all. In just a snap of a finger, the countless flames leaped out from Shi Buhong's body and completely covered him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua, you're really powerful. Shi Buhong was forced to this extent by Xiao Hua, but instead of being angry, he was actually happy. He laughed loudly and said, "This old man has never seen a cultivator who can force this old man to this extent just by relying on fire control techniques. Watch carefully." As he spoke, Shi Buhong flew up from the back of the fire beast. With a tap of his foot, the flames around the fire beast's body flourished. The noble spirit in the void crazily poured in. Even the golden cloud brocade turned into a waterfall and rushed down. The fire beast's body could be seen expanding with the naked eye. Pung! A loud sound rang out, and there were actually waves of chanting sounds. That fire beast actually exploded, and similarly, it enveloped Xiao Hua's surroundings for several hundred feet. Buzz buzz. The flaming beast's flesh emitted a series of rumbling sounds, just like a Tao sect cultivator's Dharma artifact. Following the rumbling sounds, every piece of flesh began to rotate. Not only did it absorb the surrounding righteous qi and golden cloud brocade, but it also absorbed the raging flames. Oh! Xiao Hua raised his brow as he looked at the flesh and blood of these fire beasts that had transformed into identical fire beasts. Sweeping them with his divine sense, he discovered that these fire beasts were not illusions and couldn't help feeling surprised. Roar! Tens of thousands of fire beasts raised their heads and roared at the same time. Tens of thousands of hurricanes swept away the flames that filled the sky. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think, all the fire beasts pounced on Xiao Hua. This pounce didn't matter, but Xiao Hua only felt that the space around him was completely confined. A kind of vague circular space formed around him. Within this space, his transcendence energy couldn't be mobilized. His hands and feet also became heavier than 10,000 caddies. It seemed that Shi Buhong was actually able to use a secret technique to completely suppress the power of the 5 brocade cloud painting within this space of 10 feet. If these tens of thousands of fire beasts pounced on him, even if his body was tough, he would still be crushed into meat paste. However, Xiao Hua didn't seem to be afraid at all. He actually calmly stretched out his hand and pinched his chin twice, as if he was sizing up this earth-shattering wave of flames. This kind of confidence caused Shi Buhong, who was originally full of confidence in the sky, to feel greatly uneasy. Boom! Tens of thousands of identical fire beasts finally charged together. Xiao Hua's figure was instantly engulfed by the flames. Shi Buhong's eyes seemed to see a huge firework that had never been seen before in the world. The space shook and fire snakes overflowed. Is it over? Shi Buhong's eyes flickered with a fiery light, as if his heart was filled with doubt. He somewhat didn't dare to believe it. After all, facing such a powerful attack, Xiao Hua actually didn't resist. Looking at the center of the flames, Xiao Hua's figure was nowhere to be seen. If he wasn't killed by tens of thousands of fire beasts, what kind of ending could there be? Although Shi Buhong didn't dare to believe it, seeing the flames before his eyes flourish, the fire beasts that had accompanied him for who knows how many years had already disappeared, and Xiao Hua's figure still hadn't appeared. Shi Buhong could only sigh. To be able to pay such a huge price to kill Xiao Hua, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. But at this moment, an indifferent voice came from above his head. Shi Buhong, do you have any other methods? Xiao Hua. The fiery light in Shi Buhong's eyes flourished. He hastily raised his head. Sure enough, the unscathed Xiao Hua was standing in midair, coldly looking at him. His eyes carried a trace of disdain. Correct, it's me. Xiao Hua coldly smiled and said, in order to kill the enemy, you actually abandoned your own demon pet. I really don't know whether I should be happy for it or not. Or whether I should be sad for it. Perhaps it was because Xiao Hua was too sensitive, or perhaps it was because Xiao Hua was also a cultivator of Buddhism, but when those tens of thousands of fiery beasts rushed towards him with indescribable solemnity, Xiao Hua easily cast a fire escape spell and escaped from the deadly situation. It was also when Xiao Hua escaped into the flames that he felt the fire beast's sorrow on the verge of death, that kind of reluctance to part with the world and its attachment to Shi Buhong. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Shi Buhong was similarly cold. The flames around his body flickered with a pu sound. What I want to know is, how did you escape from the Broken Tooth Beast's attack? Oh, so that pitiful fire beast's name is Broken Tooth. Shi Buhong, you really don't want to know how sad the Broken Tooth Beast was? You really don't want to know how much it didn't want to leave you? You really don't want to know how bitter the Broken Tooth Beast was when it lost its Yao Dan, as well as the pain of losing its life? Xiao Hua looked at Shi Buhong and asked very calmly. Could it be that a victory is so important? I'm sure you've also seen that I don't intend to kill all of you. Even if you're not my match, No need to say so much. Shi Buhong waved his hand. I didn't think that Xiao Hua, who could write the blood steel, would actually be so wishy-washy. You've really disappointed me. I'll say it again, whether the Broken Tooth Beast lives or dies is my business, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to tell me how you escaped, then I'm leaving. If you want me to stay, then you can make a move. Since it's come to this, it looks like I'm absolutely not your match. AI. Xiao Hua's voice showed the vicissitudes of life. He really didn't understand what Shi Buhong was thinking. How many times had Xiao Hua been unwilling to let Little Black and Little Yellow, whether it was the Void or the Black Water Palace? Even when Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede had come out of the space to take risks, this Shi Buhong had actually made the Broken Tooth Beast self-destruct. Shi Buhong, haven't you heard of our Dao sex escape technique? Xiao Hua thought for a bit, then sighed and replied in a low voice. 5 elements escape technique? Impossible. The flames in Shi Buhong's eyes shot out more than half a foot, and he was clearly particularly astonished. How can the Dao sex 5 elements escape technique escape from my blazing fire array? There's nothing impossible in this world. Since you can give up the pet beast that you live with day and night, why can't I use the 5 elements escape technique to escape from your blazing fire array? Xiao Hua's tone was already indifferent. Besides, our Dao sex spells are profound and unfathomable, as numerous as the stars in the sky. How much do you know? Go, for the sake of the Broken Tooth Beast's dead, I won't take your life. Humph. Shi Buhong laughed coldly. Golden cloud brocade swirled around him, and his entire figure suddenly disappeared in midair. Even if you want to kill me, you have to look at the place first, ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. After listening to Bai Ho's zither, Xiao Hua's heart really softened, and he shouted, ignorant brat. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Woo. While Xiao Hua was laughing, a touch of gray slowly appeared in the golden horizon, like a gray cloud in the clear sky. After this gray cloud appeared, it immediately floated towards Xiao Hua, and he saw 2 people standing on it. Xiao Hua put his hands behind his back, and indifferently looked at that gray cloud. When it got closer, he unconsciously frowned. Because on this gray cloud, the one behind it was precisely Do Shan Jun that Xiao Hua somewhat didn't want to see. Only the one in front of him with a simple face, wearing a scholar's robe, Xiao Hua knew that he must be the Copper Pillar Academy's headmaster. Dao Sec's Xiao Hua greets headmaster. He still respected this headmaster who didn't desperately try to kill him that day. After the gray cloud settled, Xiao Hua extended his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. Beigo Zhenming also didn't dare to be negligent, and similarly stood on the cloud and bowed in greeting. Copper Pillar Academy's Beigo Zhenming greets fellow immortal Xiao. Oh, so it's Headmaster Beigo. Xiao Hua stared blankly, and blinked his eyes. You Confucian cultivators' names are quite strange. Previously there was a Bai Ho, and now there's a Beigo. Aren't you looking down on this Xiao's ignorance? Hee hee. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Beigo Zhenming's heart relaxed, and he said with a smile, us Confucian cultivators have multiplied in the hidden immortal continent for who knows how many years. Whether it's a compound surname or a single surname, they all have a very long history. In ancient times, there were compound surnames such as Fong Lei, Fong Jiang, Fong Ren, Fong Fu, Fu Fu, Fu Fu, and so on. However, as the descendants of these compound surnames disappeared, the compound surnames also disappeared. Now, I'm afraid there aren't many left. Ouyang, Taisher, Duanmu, Shengguan, and so on still exist. Duanmu? Hee hee, I'm afraid the ones left behind are all Confucian cultivator families. Hearing the two words Duanmu, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Beigo Zhenming nodded and said, my Beigo family can also be considered a 7th-rank family, and can't be compared to the Duanmu family. Xiao Hua nodded, and pulled the topic back. Previously, this Xiao didn't see fellow immortal Beigo's true appearance, but now that I've seen it, it's exactly the solemnity of a Confucian cultivator. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as a certain person's handsomeness. It's no wonder that fellow immortal Beigo can become the headmaster of an academy, while others can only be the headmaster. Chapter 35:19. I wouldn't dare. Beigo Zhenming seemed to have seen through Xiao Hua's narrow-mindedness and understood that he was referring to Do Shan Jun. He shook his head and hurriedly replied. Then, Xiao Hua continued, also, I would like to thank fellow immortal Beigo for not blaming me for the offense of pushing down the gate. This. Beigo Zhenming smiled bitterly. Fellow immortal Beigo doesn't need to thank me. I came here today to punish you, but seeing how mighty you are, how could I dare to say a word? I only hope that fellow immortal Beigo won't make things difficult for the students of my Copper Pillar Academy after you escape from this formation. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I understand this. Xiao Hua smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping across the clouds like a sharp sword. If I don't kill those culprits, I don't mind staining my hands with blood again. Yes, I understand. I'm sure the others also understand this. Beigo Zhenming nodded and said, today, I was ordered by the monarch to set up the 5 brocade cloud painting because I wanted to meet fellow immortal Beigo and let others know how powerful fellow immortal Beigo is. Good. Xiao Hua flung his sleeve. You all set up the formation. I didn't get to fight to my heart's content in the Copper Pillar Academy. Today, I'll have a taste of fellow immortal Beigo's techniques. I wouldn't dare. The techniques we use are for worldly affairs. Fellow immortal Beigo, please be careful. Beigo Zhenming cautioned very carefully. I know. Go ahead and use it. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and waved his hand. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out of the space with a rumbling sound and blocked Xiao Hua's body in an earthy yellow brilliance. Just as Beigo Zhenming and Xiao Hua greeted each other, the gray cloud brocade had already covered the entire formation. What was different from the previous formations was that the ground beneath everyone's feet was also gray, as if it was an ordinary layer of earth. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over it and immediately understood that this 5 brocade cloud painting was probably related to the 5 elements. Now, it could be considered as earth. Sure enough, Beigo Zhenming stood on top of the gray cloud and raised his hand. The tall crown fell off, and a head of gray hair fell down. Do Shanjun, who was standing behind him a moment ago, had already hidden behind the brocade cloud. Moreover, a moment later, he appeared in another place. Beigo Zhenming's voice. Mengsheshi surges, lush greenery. My grief is forever mourning, and I gurgled into the southern soil. Kong Jing was humorous. Depressed and depressed, he bowed deeply. To soothe the feelings and serve one's will, to restrain one's grievances. Just when I thought I was going to make amends, I didn't do it for you. As Beigo Zhenming's voice drifted through the entire space, the sky instantly darkened, and the earth fell silent. It was as if rain had descended from the void, but also as if there was a sorrowful noble chi gathered from all directions. A great river and the boundless black land on both sides of the river appeared before their eyes. Haha. Although Xiao Hua could sense Beigo Zhenming's concern for the country and its people, and he could also understand the bitterness in his words, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything special. He only smiled and sensed a very strong earth-type spiritual energy from the righteous chi. The greenish-gray brocade began to solidify into a solid layer of earth. At this moment, Do Shanjun opened his mouth again. To the north of the mountain, the words of the chi are chosen. Together with scholars, they work day and night. The imperial affairs are dispirited, and I worry about my parents. Under the heavens, all is the imperial land. On the shores of the earth, all are the imperial subjects. The doctors are unequal, and I work alone. The four mountains are booming, and the imperial affairs are close. I am not old yet, and I am fresh in my generals. The military power is strong, and I manage the four directions. Or the swallow lives in peace. Or the country does its best. Or I lie on the bed. Or I don't work. Or I don't know how to call. Or I fail miserably. Or I perch, or I lie down. Or the imperial affairs are in charge. Or I drink wine happily. Or I suffer miserably. Or there are rumors. Or I don't do anything. Following this voice, the awe-inspiring chi in the great formation rapidly transformed. The imperial court, the palace, the capital, the town, the army, the village, and so on swarmed out. A kind of indescribable majesty, a kind of awe that restricted the mind, spiraled around Xiao Hua like invisible shackles. Soon after, there was an extremely large amount of chanting coming from behind Yunjin. The world is vast, all is the imperial land, on the shores of the earth, all are the imperial subjects. The chanting was like a monk chanting sutras. Sentence after sentence, each sentence gave birth to a ring of awe-inspiring chi that was several thousand feet in size. It fell towards Xiao Hua like a tight hoop. This ring encircled another ring, and the rings were unbroken. Xiao Hua furrowed his brows and tried to escape in midair. However, no matter how he dodged, that ring would not disappear. It could always accurately find Xiao Hua. Go. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and pointed his finger. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out, whistling as it pounced towards that ring. Boom! Like a thunderbolt, several rings were shattered by the seal of overturning the sea. They turned into dirt and slowly fell down, unable to pose any threat to Xiao Hua. Headmaster Beigua. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. If this is all you have, then you'd better retreat. Beigua Zhenming smiled bitterly. Xiao Hua's move seemed very easy, but the seal of overturning the sea was facing the attack of several hundred Bronze Pillar Academy students. Not to mention these students, even he and Do Shanjun did not dare to hold back just now. Daoist magic has actually reached such a miraculous level? Beigua Zhenming sighed inwardly and hurriedly said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, thank you for letting me win." As they spoke, Beigua Zhenming and Do Shanjun slapped their foreheads at the same time. Two streams of true chi soared into the sky. As the true chi fell into the gray brocade, palm-sized dirt rings suddenly appeared in the air around Xiao Hua. These air rings were like bubbles, flying towards the space around Xiao Hua's body. There were rotating true chi between the air rings. These true qi were green-gray in color, and they displayed an extremely powerful suction and confinement force. Ouch! Xiao Hua was clearly caught unprepared. The surrounding space of several hundred feet was controlled by these air rings. Not to mention the true essence in his body, even Xiao Hua's powerful physical body was practically unable to move. Damn it, I was a bit careless. I fell for old man Bagua's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful. His whole body flashed with golden light, and he struggled to move a few times. He wanted to urge his magic power to control the seal of turning the sea, but not only was his magic power unable to rush out, the seal of turning the sea was even tumbling in mid-air, not listening to him at all. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was not this, but those strange air rings. The confinement force and suction force of these air rings were very random, and they were constantly changing. There were even more air rings, and they were like a layer of soil that wanted to drown Xiao Hua. The most special thing was that there was a kind of aura within the air rings that Xiao Hua was unfamiliar with. This aura gave birth to a kind of fear and submission that Xiao Hua had never felt before. This kind of feeling had always interfered with Xiao Hua's cultivation and resistance. Roar! Xiao Hua roared, and the golden light around his body flashed again. He forcibly displayed the heavenly law embodiment technique. Xiao Hua even waved the wishful staff, wanting to break this strange confinement force. Unfortunately, this confinement force was so powerful, and so smooth. Under Xiao Hua's wishful staff, dozens of air rings immediately slipped away under the staff's wind. The wishful staff had no place to exert force at all. As for the Transcendent's golden body, it was suppressed by a powerful force, as if the whole world had fallen on the shoulders of this golden body. Governing the world. Understanding this confinement that could not be jumped out, Xiao Hua understood the power of the means of the Confucian cultivators. In addition to the ordinary power of the Dao sex magic, the Confucian cultivators also added the study of governing the world. In addition to the power of the mountains, this confinement should also contain the power of royalty and the power of submission, right? Ranger. When he thought of royalty, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Yu Zhongquan. He looked at the air rings that were increasingly gushing out from the left side. Now there were hundreds of air rings, and he couldn't even move his fingers. He couldn't help but have a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Buzz. Xiao Hua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and a bright sword light was born from Xiao Hua's body. A heart shape slowly emerged from the sword light, transform into a sword. Beigo Zhenming was so surprised that his chin almost fell. The inscription of governing the world in his mouth was almost interrupted. He really didn't think that Xiao Hua would have the swordsmanship of the Confucian cultivators, and this swordsmanship had already reached a very high level. Just as Beigo Zhenming was surprised, a giant sword had already emerged from the hundreds of air rings. Xiao Hua's voice was like the sound of the sword coming out from the giant sword, resounding throughout the entire array. The ruler is the head of the country. The ruler is wise and the country flourishes. The ruler is weak and the country is weak. The great hero is for the country and the people. The small hero is chivalrous and righteous. Although it is the ruler's order, no one dares to disobey. But I turned my body into a sword and asked for the people's order. The ruler is wise and the ruler is weak and the country is destroyed. Since you are the ruler, you should have the world in your heart, and the sea accepts hundreds of rivers. Today's ruler, for his own selfishness, I have a benevolent heart and want to turn the tide. I will kill you, and return the world to peace and prosperity. Kill. As he spoke, the giant sword turned into the shape of a heart and soared into the sky from the confinement. Moreover, the sword light was more dazzling than a rainbow piercing the sun. It easily streaked through the array, and a huge crack appeared in the gray cloud brocade. The entire blue sky and the earth under their feet cracked open, and the thousands of incantations stopped abruptly. Beigo Zhenming's face was ashen. Facing Xiao Hua's sword attack, he was confident that he didn't have the ability to take it. Moreover, Xiao Hua was able to defeat him as a Confucian cultivator. He was also speechless. Looking up at the equally shocked Do Shanjun, both of them sighed softly. They stretched out their hands, and gray cloud brocade appeared. Their figures slowly disappeared. The sword light was like a horse, and the sword intent was like a heart. When Xiao Hua escaped from the sword, thousands of sword lights entered his body. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky that was already empty. He smiled and said, "Lengqinga, this Xiao has already broken through 5 layers of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Do you have any other tricks?" "Xiao Hua, I have to say, this old man has really underestimated you." Lengqinga's figure was now only about 10 feet tall. He stood in the sky to the east and said indifferently, "However, if you think that the 5 brocade cloud diagram only has this much power, then you have underestimated the defensive array of my Confucian cultivator." Chapter 35-20. Oh. That's unexpected. Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously, "Could it be that you still have a backup plan for this defensive formation?" "Ha ha ha, it's not just a backup plan." Lengqinga laughed loudly, "The entire 5 brocade cloud diagram hasn't been used yet. What happened before was just a warm-up for us." "Humph." Xiao Hua snorted coldly. He pointed at the seal of turning sea that was still in midair and shouted, "Since that's the case, then I'll let you see what this Xiao is capable of. Fellow immortals, why haven't you shown yourselves yet?" How could Lengqinga let Xiao Hua make the first move? With a loud roar and a wave of his sleeve, layers of cloud brocade blocked the seal of the ocean like the waves of the sea. Following Lengqinga's command, Beigo Zhenming, Shi Buhong, Bai Ho Yuqin, and Jiang Yeming simultaneously stood on the other 4 sides of the horizon. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they looked at each other and took out a silk handkerchief from their robes. This silk handkerchief was exactly the same color as the cloud brocade they each controlled. Seeing the 4 silk handkerchiefs appear, Lengqinga opened his mouth. Pooh! A blood-red light appeared and a scarlet-red silk handkerchief rushed out. When that silk handkerchief appeared in midair, the other 4 silk handkerchiefs moved without any wind. At the same time, they soared into the sky and slowly expanded, looking like 4 banners. Lengqinga and the other 4 raised their hands and slapped the top of their heads. 5 streams of true qi soared into the sky and hit the 5 silk handkerchiefs. Ka-cha-cha. 5 different colored thunderbolts appeared from the void and surrounded the 5 silk handkerchiefs. Boom. The silk handkerchiefs let out a trembling sound. Inscriptions rushed out of the silk handkerchiefs like millions of tadpoles. Immediately, the cloud brocade within the 5 brocade cloud diagram rushed into the vibrating silk handkerchiefs like a whale sucking in water. The rumbling sounds from the silk handkerchiefs grew louder and louder, and the inscriptions fell into the true energy of Lengqinga and the others. Slowly, 5 more children appeared within the inscriptions. As soon as the 5 children were complete, they waved their hands, causing thunderbolts to strike the silk handkerchiefs in front of them. The inscriptions on the silk handkerchiefs began to solidify, and in the blink of an eye, 5 strange objects appeared. These strange objects continued to be surrounded by thunderbolts. 5 Qi righteous thunder, rise. Lengqinga let out a soft whistle, which was a rare sight. True Qi surrounded her body and spun towards the top of her head, carrying the Z, as she flew towards the center of the formation. The 5 children flew to the center at the same time and opened their mouths. 5 mouthfuls of genuine qi fell into the void, forming a thumb-sized 5-colored qi mass. Then, the 5 children raised their hands and sent 5 similarly strange things into the 5-colored qi mass. Kacha. The 5-colored thunderbolts intertwined with each other, and the 5 strange things condensed into one within the thunderbolts. Ah! This is. Seeing this strange thing that looked like an inkstone forming in the sky, Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Isn't this the broken magic treasure in this Zhao's space? Of course, this strange thing looked like a quadrilateral, but the edges of this quadrilateral were extremely irregular. Rather than calling it an inkstone, it was more like a high platform. On one side of the high platform, there were 3 protrusions, like antennae. On the opposite side of the high platform, there were two protrusions, like tail fins, slanted into the air. This high platform was covered with true inscriptions, one after another, layer after layer. On one side of the high platform, there were 3 shining golden inscriptions deeply engraved on it. The position of these 3 inscriptions were almost exactly the same as the 3 tadpole-like characters in Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua could clearly see these 3 inscriptions. They were the immortal execution stage. Hiss, Xiaohua once again sucked in a breath. Today, Lengqinga gave him a lot of surprises. He didn't think that the thing in his space was actually the immortal execution stage. Looking at those 3 large characters, they seemed to contain boundless majesty, and also emitted a myriad of bloody auras from within, making people who saw them feel an indescribable fear in their heart. Just as Xiaohua was shocked, behind the distant clouds, a thoughtful face flashed by. It was precisely that Copper Pillar Academy's judge, Du Shanjun. However, not only Xiaohua didn't know, even the 5 people controlling the immortal execution stage didn't know. Immediately, 5 pitch-black whirlpools appeared in the sky above the immortal execution stage. The 5 whirlpools separately faced the 5 protrusions like antennae. Kacha. 5 different colored thunderbolts were born from the void, falling on the antennae. Immediately, the entire immortal execution stage violently shook. The 5 types of thunderbolts flashed in succession above the immortal execution stage, simultaneously condensing into a bowl-shaped 5-colored heavenly thunder, striking towards Xiaohua. 5 Qi righteous thunder. Xiaohua was startled. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, as the heavenly thunder struck down, just like the previous lightning tribulation, the space around Xiaohua was imprisoned. Xiaohua couldn't even move. Damn it! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Looking at the 5-colored heavenly thunder that transformed into a guillotine and roared down, he really doubted whether his body could withstand it. This was the immortal execution stage, This 5-colored heavenly thunder was definitely a heavenly punishment, completely different from ordinary lightning. Xiaohua's thoughts were like lightning. That 5-colored heavenly thunder was even faster than lightning. It simply didn't allow Xiaohua to dodge. With a loud kacha sound, it had already struck Xiaohua's right side. Ah! Xiaohua let out a blood-curdling scream. The flesh on his right arm was immediately charred black. The lightning penetrated his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally plump muscles also instantly shriveled. If Xiaohua's demonic phoenix body hadn't gone through 3 gold lightning tribulations and been tempered for many years, this strike would have already shattered him. In an instant, Xiaohua slightly raised his left hand, wanting to use the Blood Devil's saber to strike down the immortal execution stage. However, he slightly clenched his teeth and endured. The Blood Devil's saber is a demonic weapon. It must not be revealed in the hidden immortal continent, unless Xiaohua was willing to kill everyone in the Black Wind Mountain range. Little Thunder. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart moved. He immediately thought of the Thunder Beast cub under the damaged immortal execution stage. This little guy was living a carefree life under the lightning water of the immortal executioner stage. In the past 100 years, there was no movement. Moreover, Xiaohua also discovered from the 5 Qi righteous thunders that this so-called immortal executioner stage might not be the real immortal executioner stage. The 5 Qi righteous thunders below the level of a fake were the most difficult to resist. The real Thunder Beast would definitely not be afraid of these fake 5 Qi righteous thunders. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's mind immediately entered the space, preparing to pull Little Thunder out of the lightning water under the damaged immortal execution stage. At this moment, green-robed Xiaohua suddenly appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, can you let me go out for a walk?" "Fellow Taoist, are you going out to look for trouble?" Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that as long as he entered the space, green-robed Xiaohua would know what happened outside. He didn't explain and rebuked. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "Our nascent soul is really weak now. Recently, I have been thinking about how to make him healthy. Isn't there 5-colored heavenly thunder outside right now? Why don't we let our nascent soul bathe in the lightning water? So that it can wash his marrow? When Jade Archive Xiao Hua heard this, his face changed greatly and said in shock, "Fellow Taoist, are you crazy? Our nascent soul is weak, how can it see the lightning? Under this lightning punishment, won't it turn into ashes? Our 100 years of bitter cultivation have become water? Fellow Taoist, you are too concerned and your mind is even more chaotic." Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Our nascent soul is fused with the inner cores of male and female lightning beasts. Although it can't directly control this heavenly thunder, it is not necessarily afraid of this thunder, right? In addition, don't forget that this 5-colored heavenly thunder is somewhat different from the heavenly thunder that fellow Taoist normally controls. It contains the 5 qi of Confucian cultivators. This 5 qi is extremely beneficial to the 5 internal organs. If our nascent soul is nourished by this 5-colored heavenly thunder, it will definitely grow strong. That's right, fellow Taoist, don't forget that our nascent soul is in the form of a nebula. Even if it can't withstand a blow from the 5-colored heavenly thunder, it can still disperse the power of the lightning tribulation between the nebula. This green-robed Xiao Hua said so much, Jade Archive Xiao Hua naturally understood. However, this matter was of great importance, he really didn't dare to make a rash judgment. Let's go quickly. If we don't go now, it will be too late. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Green-robed Xiao Hua urged, "You don't need to pay attention to it, just send I into the nascent soul." All right. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth. He knew that his nascent soul had just been born. If it was an ordinary tempering, it would take more than 1,000 years or even several thousand years of bitter cultivation to reach the large success stage of nascent soul. If green-robed Xiao Hua's guess was correct, this was a shortcut in front of him. Of course, this shortcut was exchanged with the life of a nascent soul and the pain of the lightning tribulation. Let's go. Jade Archive Xiao Hua knew that this was not the time for him to think too much. He brought green-robed Xiao Hua and little Lei out of the space. In just a short moment, the second 5-colored heavenly thunder had already fallen. Xiao Hua's back had already caved in a large area. Seeing that the third 5-colored heavenly thunder was about to fall, Xiao Hua hurriedly sent little Lei out of his head and urged his nascent soul to come out from his lower dantian. Ka-cha-cha. The 5 qi righteous thunder precisely landed on Xiao Lei's body. The 5-colored thunder flashed and immediately fused into Xiao Lei's body. Only a very small part of it fell down, and this part was once again pulled into Xiao Lei's body by the nascent soul general standing on top of Xiao Hua's head. Boom! Under the 5-colored heavenly thunder, although it was only a small part, the nascent soul immediately began to collapse. Xiao Hua's mind was in incomparable pain. Even his lower dantian felt a tearing pain. Xiao Hua was shocked. He knew that the nascent soul and green-robed Xiao Hua were both injured. He hurriedly urged green-robed Xiao Hua to take back his nascent soul. However, green-robed Xiao Hua endured the pain and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I will try again." Damn it, you don't want to live anymore. Xiao Hua was really anxious. He was about to forcibly take back his nascent soul into his dantian, but at this moment, the nascent soul's body flashed with a 5-colored brilliance. It waved its 2 small hands and a silvery white crystal thread appeared out of thin air. It flashed and immediately entered the nascent soul's body. Then, the nascent soul sat cross-legged with its palms facing the sky and began to circulate its heart sutra. The collapsed soul slowly recovered. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.